hung up on.
This is off the rails.
I thought you said something else. I was like, I would never say that.
I didn't get that specific with the type of
You're looking at me like I'm being ridiculous.
Is there any world that we live in where Stefansky is the head coach next year?
Yeah. I don't put anything past the hubris of Jimmy Haslam.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and we got 5 hours heading your way. That open courtesy of Jax Gregory on the board. Yes, we've got Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and giving us the producing bump today as well. We got Katie Pollock, her victory lap on the Indiana win over Ohio State as well. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How are you today?
Doing very well.
That's good. Good to hear.
Feeling very well.
Yeah?
It's a beautiful day here.
It is at the blessed Odyssey compound.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So nothing to really report here. Nothing to really talk about here.
Not really, I guess.
Nothing really to talk about. I guess Shedeur's good at quarterbacking now.
Yeah, that's good.
Kevin Stefansky might have a bone to pick with the Browns, I guess.
Got a lot to discuss there, too.
Yeah, a lot. Cavs not good at basketball anymore. Winter meetings? You got any winter meeting takes you want to pop off?
Not really. Snow's on the ground. I'm good with baseball for a little bit.
Schwarber could mean Alec Boehm could be a Cleveland Guardian. Just wanted to slide that one in there real quick.
I hear the Padres are getting ready for a monster deal that is going to rival what happened with the acquisition of Soto.
But how can they get? What do they have to give up?
I don't know. This is what just AJ Prower is telling people.
Can you give up future, like, hey, whoever we sign, can you give up a first rounder before you sign them or draft them? I know you can't trade first rounders, but can you just be like player to be named later, and it's just your the first 5 rounds of the draft? Because that's where they are right now.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out. Hot stove season is it's not really that sizzling.
That stove is very hot.
Very lukewarm. Very lukewarm stove.
However, obviously yesterday we spent a lot of day talking about Kevin Stefansky. In the midst of it, Shedeur Sanders. But in the midst of it, we talked about like the push and pull of Kevin Stefansky delayed playing Shedeur Sanders and giving him, developmental reps beyond the Hungry Dogs practice up until 3 weeks ago. But yet, you also have to point out, well, Shedeur's been able to jump and play the last 3 weeks. And what does that say about Kevin Stefansky? Mm-hmm. So while we're having that conversation, Albert Breer of the MMQB, who will be joining us today at 5:20, Albert got into and was asked a question about Kevin Stefansky and maybe his contentment in Cleveland.
Do you think that there's an element of Stefansky that's just like, I know I will get a good job and I don't want to deal with this? Like, maybe it's like, hey, it's time for a gap year.
It's possible. I think he would get hired right away. I think the Giants might hire him. I think there'd be opportunity for him right away. I think he's still really well thought of in NFL circles. The one thing that would be really frustrating for me if I were a coach there is you've been trying to make decisions for football reasons and no one will accept them. I can tell you, just knowing the amount of people that I know there, that the quarterback situation was handled this year over the last 6, 7, 8 months in a way that was based solely on how the guys were performing in practice, solely on how ready the guys were to play. It makes him look bad now because Shedeur played really well. You know what I mean? Like in this particular game, we'll see what it looks like next week. But if you're Kevin and you are making all of these decisions for football reasons, and you've made a lot of other decisions over the years for football reasons, and they're constantly second guessed this way and everything turns into a circus, would you be sick of it?
Oh, 100%. I would want to be so out of there.
Bye. Get your ass out. I can't listen, I'll be honest with you. I have said it repeatedly. I like the human being. Any interaction I've had, the limited they may be with Kevin Stefansky, the way he conducts himself in public, I think there's a really good human there. We both like Pearl Jam as well. That's on the record.
He's an adult. That does matter for something. I just want a winning football coach now.
At the same point, if you are now 2 seasons into lost football, and you've stood by the Deshaun Watson thing and the Baker thing, and whether it's Shedeur or just the way it's handled is all too much for you, hit the freaking bricks. I got guys like Stefansky. I'm not going to say he's dime a dozen because he's a good coach, but you can find other good coaches in the NFL. When did this guy turn into Vince Lombardi.
No, I think I'm going to do a both things can be true here, but I think both things can be true. I think Browns fans can be done with Stefanski, and he should have his bags packed, but also Stefanski be tired of everything that this has turned into. Like, I think both people can be at the end of the rope, and that's why usually when you find changes, especially after someone that's been basically tenured here, someone's been here for 6 years, you get the end results that we're going to have when both parties do feel like, all right, we've exhausted this. Time's up.
Yeah, but Kevin's not a victim. He's a head coach of a football team. And I think that's what drives me crazy. Now, you would never speak about the ego of Kevin Stefanski because that is just a bridge too far to have any sort of analysis on a negative front for that organization, for some on the station, that we might replay just all 4 hours of every day.
The 5-hour show. How are we going to do it all?
Well, that's the art. You see,
that's
we stretch
the beauty.
it.
That's the beauty of it.
No,
okay.
we stretch it.
I was trying to figure that out. Okay.
Yeah, and by the way, we repeat a different show, but so what we do is we actually have topics and opinions, and then we throw everybody off by doing them first. However, I will say, when it comes to Kevin, who are you? Like this pity party that's been for Kevin Stefanski to me, and it's long before this. It's not like this is a new take, by the way.
Right.
Well, woe is Kevin. He is Oliver Twist asking for more. Shut up and do your job. And you do not have the right, when you've won 6 games in 2 years, to think to yourself, oh, I wonder if the grass is green on the other side. No. You don't get to big up yourself while you're in the midst of piddling down your leg on any given Sunday.
Yeah, but I do think if this is going to be the perception out there, if I'm Stefanski, this is what I roll with. Whether it's right, whether it's accurate, whether he deserved any bit of it, that's obviously a story that we've talked a lot about. But if I'm Stefanski, I'm letting everybody think, oh, I'm a perfect candidate for the Giants job. I'm letting everybody think that I got screwed over royally here, and I'm letting everybody think that I was a victim in the previous 6 years. We both know that's hogwash. We both know that's not reality. But if that's going to be the message that's out there, if I'm Stefanski, I'm certainly not going to step in the way of that.
But I mean, listen, if we've asked ourselves time and time again, like, hey, why isn't there accountability with this team? Well, if the head coach won't take accountability for his own failure, and it's always Andrew Berry, Paul DePodesta, or Jimmy Haslam's fault, I think we have our answer.
Yeah, you see, here's the problem, or here's what's going to happen. Stefanski will get fired, and then he'll get hired to a different team, whether it's the Giants, whether it's the Titans, and we're going to be asked to go on different local radio shows there, and it's kind of like, do you remember, oh man, a million years ago, Austin Hooper? When we signed Austin Hooper, and then we had a lot of Falcons guys come on the station, and they were like, guys, you're not going to like this at all. And we were like, wait, we just got excited. We just added another tight end. We're paying him, he was the 5th highest tight end in the entire NFL at the time. What are you talking about? We're not going to like this guy. There's all sorts of film here and this and that. It's going to be that all over again. You're going to go on Boomer and Geo, and you're going to spend 15 minutes talking about how much you dislike Kevin Stefanski and how you think the entire time here he has done this wrong and this wrong and this wrong, and they're going to leave being like, we don't have that interpretation of this at all. Where did this come from?
I think there's an element. I agree with what you're saying, by the way. That is absolutely what's going. Maybe not Boomer and Geo, but I'd go if they asked me.
Yeah, well, it won't be Carton show in the afternoon.
That's true. Yeah, that'd be really weird if I was like, "Hey, JP, can you handle the next segment? I got to call in Craig."
I still haven't figured out what their lineup is. So I don't know who the middays is at this point, but
they're
maybe
working through it.
Maybe they're getting there. I don't know.
Working through it now. I think there is an assumption that because Kevin will likely get another job as soon as the Browns fire him, that somehow that means the Browns are in the wrong. And it's just the most befuddling thing in the world. It's like, no, plenty of bad head coaches get immediately rehired. Or, sorry, not great head coaches get immediately rehired. But I don't know. I guess, listen, I think it's fair to say that there could be Kevin's agent starting to churn up the mill here because he's anticipating. I certainly understand that.
Yeah.
I also know Albert doesn't just talk to agents. Albert knows people within organizations. And so the idea that the idea that Kevin already sees the writing on the wall and would spend any time thinking about it bugs me while you're trying to get Shedeur ready to play and while you're still trying to win games at the end of the season.
Well, he does have to look out for himself at the end of the day, and so I'm not as bothered by that. Like, you get your ducks in a row, it is what it is. But I think the phrasing around, and when Albert was with us last week, and I've noticed this has started to become the trend nationally around the Stefanski conversation. Did you notice who they keep comping this whole entire thing to?
Who's that?
Andy Reid. And so think about that for a second. Like, the idea is like, oh, Andy Reid in the time of Philadelphia, like, it turned out that was enough time, and sometimes you just have to move on, and it's best for both sides. Wouldn't you love if you're Stefanski, the comp being Andy Reid in Philadelphia turns into Andy Reid in Kansas City, which is arguably the best head coach of all time? Like, he's getting very favorable comps in all of these equations. That's why when we had a Tennessee guest on Friday, as you were out, the Tennessee guest was talking about how they'd be dancing in the street if they landed Kevin Stefanski. Like, he's like a holy grail of sorts head coach. They can't even envision it actually happening. That's how high they think of Kevin Stefanski.
I also tell you another reason why I think Kevin Stefanski might welcome it. Other than when you watch him on the sidelines, he looks like a guy that just is miserable.
He looks beat down. He looks like he's done with this whole thing.
I think another reason he would welcome it is I think he knows if he had one more season here and he won 5 games, it would all the 2-time coach of the year, all the other stuff. At some point, there'd be you can still defend him a little bit if you aren't watching him fail every single week, every single game. Another 3 to 5 win season next year, which is what this could very well likely be. And I'm not going to say he's unemployable, but he'd have to go back to being somebody's offensive coordinator, and then you're kind of hoping that you latch onto the right spot, and there's a bit of luck to that.
Well, where's the light at the end of the tunnel if you're Stefanski? For us Browns fans right now, the light at the end of the tunnel is Shedeur in the next 4 games, continuing to showcase what he did in the last game, and then you build on that, and hopefully you have something, especially if this 2026 quarterback class just turns out to be one guy, and you have to be number 1 overall, and that's it. So, like, where's the light at the end of the tunnel? Because Stefanski doesn't believe in Shedeur unless something's changed in the previous 3 weeks. We've never gotten the impression that he's thought that Shedeur's a great quarterback, as evidenced by putting him 4th on the depth chart and giving him 0 first-team reps until he was forced to actually put him in the game based off of a concussion to Dylan Gabriel.
I just think it's like, hey, we're going to move on from Baker Mayfield. You cool with that? Yep, no problem. Hey, we're going to trade for Deshaun Watson, who doesn't fit your system and is accused and sued for a lot of really heinous stuff. You okay with that? Finger guns. Hey, we're going to go out there with a quarterback room that is Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. You okay? Hey, he goes full Fonzie. And then after after I had to watch Dylan Gabriel fail tremendously, for him to then find a quarterback that actually plays well, and then to be like, well, this is all too much. You know what? Take your system and get the hell out of my town. Like, if you are so beholden to your system that a quarterback that doesn't fit it, or a quarterback that doesn't go, oh, shucks, Mr. Stefanski, can I have some more playing time, please? Ha ha ha. For you, like, if that's what it means to you, get your ass out of this town so I can get a coach who can coach any quarterback up.
I'm thinking about the situation. Haslam comes to him at the end of the year like, so we want to keep you on for another season. And Stefanski's like, yeah. I was really hoping you weren't going to say that.
No, you know what?
He's like, I just really was hoping that you weren't going to say that. But he's so much of a puppet. He doesn't even have the stones to be like, I want to do something else now. He just goes along with what they say.
You know what? Giants, Titans, bring a pick. Let's have a conversation. How much do you really want Kevin Stefanski?
They're not giving up draft picks for Stefanski.
This is 2-time coach of the year, Kevin Stefanski.
They're not giving up.
Right? No. This is a quarter. He whispers in quarterbacks' ears, unless it's Shedeur. He whispers in quarterbacks' ears all the time. I mean, guys, he had the Browns in the playoffs. This is basically the second coming of Bill Walsh.
Yeah.
If you want the goods, you got to pay for them.
Shedeur?
And there's a tariff.
What I offer for Shedeur to go cover other teams' press conferences, $49.99 and a TGI Fridays gift card.
I believe so.
That's the price for Stefanski in the open market right now.
Listen, I'll be Jeff Shedel's pimp for other markets.
A crisp 50 and a gift card to a chain restaurant.
I'll be Stefanski's pimp for other teams as well. For the low price of 2 first-rounders, you can watch Kevin Stefanski ruin your franchise quarterback. 216-474-0092. There's an insult in this, like Kevin Stefanski is better than this situation. Bub, you are this situation. Did I mention the name? Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got a full show today. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got the Peterlin Pass at 3:40. John Fanta coming up at 4:20 today. Albert Breer at 5:20. And Lance Risland, Coach Riz, at 6 o'clock today. Huge show, but 216-474-0092. Does Stefanski wish the Browns would fire him? And what is your reaction to that? And what they got wrong about Shedeur in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
You're about to lose $1,200, not because someone took it from you, but because
575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes here. Again, we played Albert Breer to start the show here. Albert on the MMQB podcast suggesting that maybe Kevin Stefansky could be maybe dreaming of greener pastures. He believes that, of course, Kevin would have a job first thing if the Browns fire him. We'll talk about that with Albert. It is interesting. Like, I continue to come back to when it comes to Kevin. Everyone's focused on, well, what happens with Kevin when he leaves here? And the truth is, I don't care. I only care if the Browns don't get it right replacing him.
Yeah, I mean, in many ways. So I don't know, because I said I wouldn't care what happened with Baker, but then obviously I ended up caring a lot about what happened with Baker. So,
but you were a Baker bro. You're not a Stefansky shill.
I know, and so I'm trying to figure out how that's going to differentiate, like when it actually does happen. Like if we had as much of a relationship with another Browns figure in the previous 10 years, then those two, when we're talking about like when we talk about them moving to a different place and whether we're invested or not. Now, I think the fact that when Baker left, 50% of the fan base was split. That mattered in this conversation, where right now it feels like, I don't know, 95% of the fan base is done with Stefanski.
I would like to point out that because we had somebody, one of our listeners, go a little frustrated that this was Fire Stefanski Radio. I don't believe you're hearing. No, I mean, yes, I did want him fired, and I said that yesterday. No, this is me saying, no, you don't get to leave me. I get to leave you.
Well, this is how I end relationships when I'm out of relationships. I've told you this before. Some people are like, oh, we're Facebook friends, and I like to stay tabs and keep in touch with how they're doing in their life. Not me. If I'm done with you in a relationship and we break up, you're dead to me. You don't exist anymore. You might as well, we could do the funeral, might as well the RIP. You just don't exist to me anymore. And so, like, with Stefanski, what you're telling people is, like, that would be your line of thinking as well. Like, he is gone in your eyes. He just doesn't exist anymore.
So in 25 years, when we both retire, I'm never going to hear from you again?
No. This is relationships. This is not this.
This is radio relationship.
This is a work thing. What are you talking about?
Work thing. Wow, way to diminish what we have.
That's what this is. This is a work thing. I exclusively talked about it in the sense of like boyfriend, girlfriend, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Every.
So this means more than that?
Every relationship, in many ways, yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, in many ways, yes, it is. No, any boyfriend, girlfriend relationship I was ever in that ended, that person, when we broke up, instant block on all the platforms. I said to my phone, the part where you can't access it, you're dead to me. You died. That was it. You're, as far as me thinking you exist on planet Earth, it's not a thing anymore. You would be doing the same thing to Stefanski here. I don't know that I have that in me. I'm sure I'll be constantly checking in on Stefanski and trying to see, especially if something works. That's the other side of this. If he goes to the Giants and Jackson Dart is just throwing dimes and Scattaboo and Malik Neighbors, all these guys, it's working over there, I'm going to be like, what the hell happened? And it's going to diminish the idea that we could get it right in the future if, in fact, that does happen. The same way that Baker went off, had a lot of success, and now you're like, geez, we really were the problem in that relationship, weren't we?
I would have gone with throwing darts. You said it was okay. It's fine. It's good. It's great. Now, that being said, while...
This is why 25 years from now I don't talk to you anymore. that's why you're gone.
You just keep one-upping me for 25 years. Now, that being said, most of the reaction to Kevin Stefanski, I don't want to say begrudgingly, but, doing the obvious thing, at the very least, the Captain Obvious thing of, Shedeur is going to start the final 4 games of this season, has been, duh. Right? That has not been the case, though, for some supporters, including Shannon Sharpe and Ocho Cinco, who on the nightcap suggested that the Browns really aren't setting Shedeur up for success.
I really hate to feel this way, but a part of me is like, yeah, we're going to let him start the rest of the season. Oh, Bears, Bills, Steelers, Bengals. If I'm Shedeur, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I already showed y'all what I can do. Put Dylan in there.
I want him to play against the Bears. I want him to play against the Bills. I want him to play against the Steelers because I want him to show that I'm a competent quarterback.
But this is not a mistake. They picked these games today. Why couldn't you name his ass the starter 3 games ago? Why was it week to week? You know what? Every time he don't want to answer a question, he always say, well, I don't want to get into that. Because they asked him before, is Shedeur going to start? Well, I don't want to get into that. Let's look at the film and all that. Bro, you know.
I mean, 2 of his first 3 games were against the Raiders and Titans. I don't know what the hell Shannon Sharpe is talking about.
That might be one of the dumbest takes I've ever heard in my life. I'm not even joking on this. Like, what Shedeur has one good game and is supposed to then sit down. I love Shedeur. Part of what I love about Shedeur, he doesn't care who he's playing, and he shouldn't care who he's playing. He's going to have success, and showing it against teams like the Bills, like the Bears. That sweetens the pot. You shouldn't be running scared from that. Why would you be running scared from that?
Yeah, this is a cousin of the take of, well, now that he's had a good game, you should trade him. Do right by him. Like, get serious. All right? There's something about Shannon specifically. Shannon would never have done this in his own career. And that's what kills me is Shannon's playing to the supporters, and you don't need to. Like, guys,
the supporters aren't asking for this, by the way.
You've got the validation. You've got the validation. He played incredible on Sunday.
We also don't want him to sit, though. No part of us is like, oh, you proved something, so now all of a sudden we'll leave it up into the air for other people just to debate whether that was a one-off or it was something that was serious. There was an emphatic exclamation point that Shedeur put down on Sunday. That was fantastic for so many reasons. The Shedeur that we all know, though, isn't going to run scared from a Bills defense or a Bears defense. A Bears defense that isn't even that good, if we're being truthful about it.
Yeah, and by the way, the next 4 games, it's funny. I think this year December is different. Up until Sunday, the defense was still playing at a high level, and like Sunday represented that you do still have enough to win, even though you lost. You're in that game. You were widely competitive, and the next 4 games are the perfect opportunity to show everybody how real you are if you're Shedeur, because if you beat the Bears, that's going to generate some headlines given their spot in the NFC. If you beat the Bills, or certainly if you just hang with the Bills and look like you did on Sunday, people are going to pay attention to Shedeur versus the Bills, and obviously 2 end-of-the-season games against teams that, as of right now, are both still in the playoff spot, which you aren't, playing spoiler to them. And by the way, one of them is the Steelers. Like, I look at the next 4 matchups, and I'm like, these are perfect opportunities to answer more questions than if you played the Titans again and played the Jets again or played no, this is a great opportunity for Shedeur to slam the door shut on the haters.
This is where you get the converts. And this is where, here's the work Shedeur still has to do. 2026 is still up in the air.
Yeah.
That's what the next 4 games are. You have more people than not that, as of right now, think that you're either drafting a quarterback or you're doing something different at quarterback for the 2026 season. That's what the next 4 games, that's your opportunity. Sitting out and then making some sort of big case about it all would be the worst thing you could do in this scenario. But he'd never run from this. Shedeur would never take this advice. I
don't know how you can claim to be a fan of somebody and suggest this. I don't want to suggest. Shannon's a great broadcaster. The Nightcap's fun. I don't want to, I'm not trying to say, but, I don't know if you're really a fan of, what Shedeur stands for, what we saw on Sunday, which that kid is tough. No matter how hard they hit him, he got up. No matter how much they pressured him, he got up. The things that I think will endure Shedeur.
That rhymed.
Yeah, I know. Now it's throwing me off. That will make people in this town love him, convert people, as you're saying.
The converts is what we need.
Is the toughness. It is the heart. Shedeur, if he were to ever do this, and again, he wouldn't, which is the point, if he were to ever do this, it would negate all the things that we think about him that I think make him a good fit for Cleveland.
You don't walk away from the poker table when you have the winning hand, Nick. Right now, he's got the winning hand. You stay until every sucker there has lost all their money.
Not just that, and it's not even about, you made a great point that it's about 2026, which it is, but it's not just about that. Shedeur needs, for the people that remain out there, the national media members, the football guys who, quite frankly, hide behind a lot of crap and have taken a lot of unnecessary shots at the kid. You can convert those guys too. It's not just Cleveland fans. There are tried and true football guys that are going to watch you, and if you go out there and play really well in the next 4 games and earn your chance for 2026, guys, at some point you would have to be really, really moronic to continue insulting Shedeur if he just keeps playing well. The narrative will change. I don't think we're that far from the narrative, the kind of turning tide of the narrative actually being pro Shedeur around the NFL.
I mean, it's starting there. Think about all the all-22 junkies that over the previous 48 hours have done nothing but say this isn't a mirage, this was something real, this was something you can latch onto, and this is the type of stuff that is sustainable. And so like he's getting a lot of love in a lot of areas. That's bad advice by Shannon. There's just no other way to look at it. That's cutting off your nose to spite your face there. That makes no sense to me.
216-474-0092. You heard Shannon Sharpe there saying, I guess there's something about it I don't like. I don't love the idea.
Well, I think he's trying to give power back to Shedeur in this instance. Mm-hmm. And Shedeur, I love you, but this isn't the time for that.
Also, the Browns aren't setting you up to fail. They're giving you an opportunity.
Right.
And listen, I'll be honest with you, the Browns have set everybody up to fail to some degree because they're not a good organization. You got to be able to have something to change it. And there's something that I don't even believe Shedeur would think this way.
They never would. You make this case if you think it's all going to come crashing down, not if you believe in yourself.
Our guys, like Shannon Sharpe, taking it too far. I think maybe their hearts are in the right way, but I think this is the kind of thing that just doesn't help the Shedeur discourse, especially when he's coming off almost 400-yard performance and 4-touchdown performance. Quick Hits leads off with an old face in a new place in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it's
Friday against the Wizards. 2 games tonight in the NBA Cup quarterfinals, Miami at Orlando and the Knicks at Raptors. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights, 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes at 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollock.
All day long. All day. All the time.
At work. 92.3thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
The Peterlin Pass coming up in 1 hour's time. We do have John Fanta at 4:20 today. Albert Breer, 5:20. We might be... He jammed us up a couple weeks ago when we talked Shedeur.
Yeah.
This might be the reverse of that. The Stefansky report really got under my skin.
Oh, so not even about Shedeur. It'd be about Stefansky.
No, Shedeur too. Yeah.
Are you going to play the audio of him trying to dunk on you? Or
I sure believe we are.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'm ready for it. I'm going to be like Ken this morning, just an innocent bystander, just sitting back and just kind of smiling.
We appreciate that, Ken.
And that's the move I'm going to make.
That's a gentlemanly move.
Let
right
you know
there.
that right now. Unless I get angry, and that sometimes happens too, and then things just get out.
He's going to say one thing against Shedeur, Albert will at 5:20, and you're just going to...
I think we all know
Fire
that.
and brimstone.
I think we all know that. But I'm going to give him the chance to say that one thing first before then I get pissed. I'm not going to go into it trying to get mad at Albert. I'm going to go into it like most things I do, trying to have good intentions, and then they just snowball, and then I get angry, and that's how that works.
And that's interesting because I go into it with malintentions, and then things snowball and I get angry. Let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
Well, the Colts are up a certain creek without a paddle. They lost Daniel Jones for the season. They've fallen into the 8th spot in the AFC. The problem is there's only 7 playoff spots, so they are resorting to desperate measures by signing 44-year-old Phillip Rivers to the practice squad today after a brief visit. If Phillip claims the starting job, what are the expectations?
0 expectations. I think he looked at Flacco and said, I can do this, and that's the result of this. 0 expectations. I think it's going to go... I mean, people can still throw. That's the thing. It's like your jump shot in the NBA. Like Michael Jordan still has a jump shot. It's just everything else around him goes. And so he could still probably swing it a little bit. I just think he's not going to be... He'll be a statue back there.
He's 44. He hasn't played since 2020, and he's actually a grandpa now.
I'm rooting for him, though. If he does get a chance to start, that's a great story if he takes his team to the postseason. I'd love that story.
It's going to take one good game for me to root for him. Until then, I'm going to think he's a delusional old man.
Can I tell you my real thoughts on it? I mean, all of this is my real thoughts.
I was going to say, but just the pretense, I guess?
The part that isn't really football related that I really think is happening.
What's that?
He's got 10 kids at home and doesn't want to be home.
Makes sense. And by the way,
this isn't about football. This is having 10 kids and not wanting to be home.
Remember, it's not just... He's got a couple older kids, too. He's got like a couple, preschool-age kids.
He's running a whole daycare over there. If I was him, I can't... I have a hard enough time with 2 kids. I can't imagine 10 kids.
I thought it was the other thing. I thought it was he has 10 kids, and they ain't cheap. I got 3 kids, and I'm like, should I get a second job? Do I need to pick up a shift at Wendy's? I don't know. I can only imagine what 10 kids and in California?
Good Lord. See the schedule of your 3 kids?
What'd you say?
The schedule of your 3 kids? Now imagine the schedule of 10 kids.
Yeah.
That's got to be insane. I would want to go back and play football and not worry about anything either if I were him.
Well, remember...
I'd be creating football leagues to go play if I were him.
When he played football, he could be like, babe, I got a football. I can't.
Hey, who brings home the bacon? That money doesn't grow on trees. I got to find a way to do it.
And now it's like, honey, whose money is accruing interest in the bank account? That does not fly.
I'm convinced he wants no part of actually playing football. He just doesn't want to be around his 10 kids because that's hard.
You'd rather be just savagely beaten up in the NFL because you're slow and old than help with math homework.
And so that's the reality that's going to hit him. He is going to take all sorts of gruesome sacks and still get up and be like, that was better than what I normally do on Sundays. And that's just different.
I didn't have to burn any pancakes today.
Omaha! You try to get the Mickey Mouse shaped ears on the pancakes too. It's a whole thing. Headline: Philadelphia Inquirer today. Eagles' Jalen Hurts hits his low point, which begs the question: should he be benched for Tanner McKee?
Yes. You should do it, Philly. Don't be cowards.
Now, that was an all-time bad. As a Jalen Hurts defender, yourself can admit, the 2 turnovers on one play is something I hadn't seen before, but that was an all-time. That might be Jalen Hurts' worst performance I've ever seen.
Hot take, it should count as 1 turnover. He turned the ball over
you
twice.
turned the ball over twice.
Yeah,
You did turn it over twice.
No. The turnover led to one drive.
As someone with the Chargers defense, I'm very confused as to how I only ended up with 9 fantasy points off of that performance.
I'm going to tell you, Cameron Dicker helped me.
Kept him under 20.
I got a 30-point lead on Darryl going into week 2 of the first round of our playoffs.
They had 4 interceptions. They caused 1 million turnovers. Jalen Hurts looked as bad as I've ever seen him. Now, Saquon did have a nice day for himself.
And then he is also on my fantasy team, so we appreciate that.
Took him long enough.
By the way, I know the Eagles are broken, and they know they're broken because they were far too supportive about this after the game. A.J. Brown was like, "Yeah, man, it's on all of us. These things happen." And I was like, "That bunny broke you. That locker room bunny broke you."
What I tell you yesterday, we knew the bunny, the vibe bunny existed, and we both jumped off of them for that game. Like you don't see a vibe bunny and think this is going well. Something weird is happening though. It's almost Russell Wilson in Seattle type vibes, where it feels like why do all his teammates not like him? Why does he get along with nobody?
So I think with Russell Wilson, I think it was because he was corny and kind of a goof, right? I think with Jalen, I think he's a psychopath. He's so intense.
Okay, but something's happening. They all don't like him, and anytime anyone speaks out, including like A.J. Brown the other day, nobody comes to his defense. Nobody backs up his corner. Like he has put on a masterclass of something weird is happening here, and I guess no one just wants to really do a deep dive yet to figure it all out.
Listen, when he is balling out for whatever team needs him next year, could be Cleveland, could be the Jets, whatever, Philly fans are going to look really stupid, but I like that. Justin Herbert and the Chargers, as you mentioned, got the Monday Night Football win over the Eagles, and after the game, ESPN's Laura Rutledge attempted the customary post-game interview with the winning quarterback.
I'm trying to celebrate with my team. No, I know, but can we just talk to you really fast? What was it like to watch the interception there that sealed this game for you guys to get this win? Yeah, the defense played incredible. You know, they came up with so many big stops today, so proud to be able to play for those guys, and the way they compete down in, down out is really fun to watch. We know you were dealing with the broken hand tonight. You gutted it out. You were hit multiple times. How are you feeling right now? Feel pretty good, thank you.
All right, so it
sounds better on the air than it did watching it.
I was going to say, it sounds absolute. You missed like the actual point at the beginning of it. My bad. I should have known this is radio and not video. However, Justin Herbert basically trying to run away from the post-game interview with Laura Rutledge. Is it a bad look?
For Justin, it is, yeah. Like, you're the winning quarterback. You know how this goes. You've been in the league for 6 years now, whatever it is. You make $250 million. Like, this is part of the deal.
Also, I'm just trying to celebrate the win with my teammates. Buddy, it's a Week 14 win.
Well,
you didn't just win the Super Bowl.
But it also takes you 25 seconds to do is the other part of this as well. And so, I'm not going to fall in line like everybody else and make it seem like Laura Rutledge is some kind of like superhero for
like
pulling
she's
this
a
off.
saint.
Yeah, that got a little overboard. I
thought she did a good job.
She did a very nice job at asking those questions,
and
even after
being
flagging
polite
them.
And patient.
She did a fantastic job. She's not like a saint now. Like, I mean, it's like, can we put it in some proper perspective?
Yeah,
it's still at the end of the day, it's still. You did your job. I'm happy you did your job, but like let's leave it there.
Also, to the people who are like media just harassing players, it's like
again, that's her job.
This is the most common thing that happens all the time. This idea that you can't criticize an athlete because you wanted to be one growing up. Get your head out of your ass.
Omaha!
I was thinking about some of the worst sideline interactions. All right, Jauan Jennings addressed the Browns players' assessment of what he said while he got his chance to talk to the 49ers media. Here we go.
Oh, there was just a lot of talk, honestly. Just think they wanted some attention. I do know it ain't that bad. That's what I do know. I'm going to just keep it to myself with what I said. I know it wasn't that bad, and he knows that. It's funny. If he sees me to smack me, maybe y'all find out that day.
I really want to know what he says.
Sounds like a real hoe to me.
The Browns made it seem like he said the worst things imaginable. I'm led to believe he still did. No, I'm led to believe he still did.
If you don't say it, that's a hoe move. We got a double hoe going
was
here.
that the follow-up? Was the follow-up? Well, tell us what you said then. If it wasn't that bad, you could probably say it into a microphone, right?
Listen, I was inclined to believe with Shelby Harris when he called him a hoe in the first place.
Sounds like Shelby's being sensitive, according to Jauan Jennings.
I think we got a double hoe move here. There's the thing you
hoe
said.
On hoe crime?
Yeah, it's a double hoe. No, not a hoe. I would never call Shelby Harris a hoe because I don't want to get the crap kicked out of me.
That was my Santa.
No. Jauan Jennings is not simply a hoe. It's a double hoe. there's the whole move of talking smack, saying something people didn't like, and hiding behind your offensive line. And then there's, I didn't think it was that bad. I'll keep it to myself, though. Okay, ho.
So he's like a chocolate pastry. He's a double ho. He's the ho-ho. You liked that one. He liked that one.
Yeah, no, I did.
He hated that one, but he also liked that one.
But where you led me, and I'll tell you off air, where you led me was going to get me in a lot of trouble.
Okay.
Lee Correctional Institute, a max security facility in South Carolina, has a drone problem. Recently, guards intercepted a drone dropping off a package of marijuana, cigarettes, steak, crab legs, and a can of Old Bay. If it's not weapons or hard drugs...
This for Jameis Winston?
If it's not weapons or hard drugs, I think the prisoners should be allowed to keep the drone drops. Grade the take.
Wait, so they dropped this off to a prisoner?
No. They were trying to drop it to prisoners.
Two prisoners.
Yeah.
Okay,
and then the guards intercepted it.
Well, yeah, that's the guard's job. The guard's job is to intercept it. You think if it's... what is the...
no hard drugs. No hard drugs.
So as long as it's not like
and
acid,
no
we're
weapons.
Fine. Yeah, okay.
But if it's just an ounce of herb...
Well, there goes the prison.
Yeah, go ahead and
there goes the
take it.
prison commissary, though.
Yeah, okay. I don't care about
Like
that.
the whole prison system is built on the idea that we're going to pay you 10 cents an hour to work for the rest of your life, 8 hours a day.
Yep.
And in that 80 cents that you get, you then use 35 of it on the ramen noodles, and we kind of keep you tethered to that. And so you'll stay
You've
working.
already got them tethered.
You'll stay everything. And
the
then,
law
and then
keeps them there.
And then people use it. No, but tethered to the idea that you're basically going to live out this life as meaningless as you possibly can.
Listen, if something happened and somebody was sent to prison because of something they did to my family, something heinous, right?
Okay.
I would want that person behind bars. But would I care if once a month they got a steak, they got a ribeye? No, I'd be like, you know what? Prison's hard enough. You can have that ribeye.
I mean, if anything, I feel like when it comes to prison, I'm like anything can go from that perspective. Like if you want to, like if you can get it and you can get it freely,
easy.
I mean, it's the wild, wild west to me. It's not. It's so far removed from like they broke the law to get there to begin with anyway. Why should we be surprised that they're going to try to subvert the laws to begin with now in order to get a couple, I don't know, cigarettes?
Listen,
like that's not like that shouldn't shock anybody.
We've taken their freedom. Give them a can of Old Bay, right?
I actually like that the can of Old Bay is sought after as the same way that marijuana and cigarettes are. It's like in the prison, they don't give us Old Bay.
You gotta have a little heat, right? You gotta have a little flavor. That's what I know, because you're not putting Old Bay on steak. You're not doing that. You putting it on crab legs?
Would you have made toilet hooch if you ever got sent to prison?
I think it's very apparent I would make toilet hooch.
I think so. I think
people would call me, my prison nickname would probably be hooch.
Would be hooch?
Not toilet hooch.
It's a wordy nickname.
I'm not a low class criminal. I'm it's hooch.
It'd go one of two ways for me in prison. Either I would just work out all day every day, or I would be hooch guy. I would just drink all day every day. It's one of two ways.
I think it'd
one
go
of two ways.
I think it'd go
I think
a
we
third
both
way.
know which way. Well, the third way,
and it would be it'd be the way nobody wants to talk about.
What is that way? I think. Please describe that way to me.
I think you would be trading goods and services for protection.
Reading books all day?
Yeah.
Is that it?
To a guy that looks like me.
I'm 6'2", Well, you always act like I'm like 5'5", 150 pounds.
No, it's the personality. It's the personality. You're a pacifist, right? You don't like confrontation, all right? So maybe give him a little loving to make sure.
On this show for someone that doesn't like it.
Because I love confrontation.
So is the third?
I'm going to be running the gang, guys. I'm all right.
I don't like this third route for me in prison. By the way, this is not.
Well, don't go to prison.
It's not the way that but that's my intention.
Now,
my intention is to never go to prison.
Now, do you see why they should get a steak?
You enjoy your hooch.
Get a different cut of meat.
You enjoy your hooch. You're going to form a gang in there that's going to be just a. Well, we know what type of gang you're going to form in there.
What kind of gang is it?
Yeah, we know.
Enjoy the bulge. All I hear is I'm going to be popular. That is Quick Hits.
Apparently, me too.
With me, ironically. Credit for Shedeur and the Browns rumor mill in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
The Peterlin Pass coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick and JP back with you. We've got John Fanta at 4:20 today. We did start the show with the Albert Breer MMQB sound where he says he believes Kevin Stefansky would be willing to be done with the situation in Cleveland. We'll grill him about that, see if he has any positive things to say about Shedeur Sanders. But does it feel, is this a fair way to say right now?
Yeah.
It feels like right now the rumor mill believes, and this is not even, I don't even want to speak to reports because that gets muddied very quickly, but the rumor mill believes Kevin's gone, Andrew Berry stays. Is that fair?
I feel like that's the right read. That's been my read on it for months now, though. So, I like that everyone is on the same page because I feel like, again, it's not even like is that even sticking up for Andrew Berry? I just feel like the draft really helped him, and now he's in a good spot where he'd keep his job.
Yeah, I think it's tough because I think more often than not, a GM gets more than just one head coach, right? Unless, of course, they're hired by the head coach like a Mike Mayock, John Gruden situation. So it's kind of a cliche that owners will give GMs multiple head coaches and not the other way around. So the head coach is always, I don't want to say always, but traditionally the first guy to get fired, and then we'll see what the GM can do after that. So I think we're working on a generality.
Well, and somebody's riding shotgun with Jimmy Haslam. Yeah. And it's not DePodesta now that he's in Colorado playing baseball once again, at least acting baseball, whatever he's doing. It's not him. And so the idea that I think right now it is Andrew Berry lines up with my thought process the entire time.
And I also think the recency bias, which you mentioned, which is the draft picks. And listen, coming off this last week, Shedeur looked really good. Quinshawn looked really good. Carson Schlesinger, Mason Graham, Harold Fannin. At some point, when it was early in the season, it was like, yeah, they look good, but it's early in the season. Things happen. When you're talking about this rookie class looking this good, plus Aiden Huntington, plus another couple young kids over 14 weeks of the season, it does not in any way take away the Deshaun deal, but I can understand that owners are, hey, this is in front of me right now, and this is the latest thing, so I'm going to react off that.
Yeah, I just don't look at it like it's Stefansky and Berry and they're connected at the hip the way that we all once thought it was, let's say, I don't know, a year and a half or so ago.
Yeah, I definitely think, I don't know if it was Shedeur versus Dylan. I don't know if it was
himself.
I don't know if it was the Joe Flacco stuff. I mean, I think you're talking about just the way, the perception of if you're going to fire one, you have to fire both.
Well, I used to call them Bert and Ernie. They were tied at the hip. They were connected, and now it feels like they're not. Andrew Berry is done. If he does end up being the one that stays and Kevin Stefanski's gone, Andrew Berry has put on a clinic of being able to separate what people think is one thing and then moving to something else. Because for the longest time, they were connected. They thought partners were, and now they're not.
I also just think, I think it stands to reason after 6 seasons, the worst trade in NFL history, and, 2 back-to-back bad seasons, that maybe Berry and Stefanski, though they might like each other, might also be a little tired of each other, too.
Certainly possible. Yeah. Now, again, this doesn't take away I would have fired him previously.
Yes. I think that's the problem, is on one hand, listen, I don't trust Jimmy Haslam to replace one of these guys, let alone both of them. So there is some logic in just, all right, just try and get the head coach right. Can you just stop screwing that up at the very least? But the problem is, if we just get to who's worse at their job, I'll still fall back on Andrew Berry despite this draft class.
I'm done with both of them. So, but if he ends up being the one that stays, I have less of an issue with him being the one that stays than Stefanski.
Now, this brings me to what I think is going to be a complicated question, depending on who's here and who's not here and all that, which is who gets credit if Shedeur becomes the long-term starter.
Okay. As of right now, the credit is doled out as Shedeur is doing this in spite of everybody else. That's how I look at this, okay? Mm-hmm. I know you wanted to dump the credit bucket on somebody's front lawn and you want to make that a thing.
I don't want to. I just know that's how it's going to happen.
I can't right now, though. But I actually cannot give anybody right now, whether that's Andrew Berry, whether that's Stefanski, whether it's anybody else, as of right now, I can't do it. I'm unwilling to give off an actual reasonable amount of credit to anybody but Shedeur in this instance.
I think the problem is this is inevitably what happens in the NFL, and I think when this divorce comes, if it does come to fruition the way I think people think, I'm somebody in the Browns is going to get that credit nationally as they try and move forward with Shedeur. So
here's what I'll say.
If Shedeur's the starting quarterback,
from that perspective, and how the dominoes end up falling, Nick. How I think it's going to happen. One of the loudest voices in all of sports media is Stephen A. Smith. We might not agree with him. We might not like him. Whatever it is.
He complimented Cleveland sports
media. He did give a really
media.
nice compliment to Cleveland. Not just Cleveland media, Cleveland Sports Talk Radio, by the way.
And I think he was talking exclusively about us.
We can't confirm it, but that's the belief, right?
Yeah. He did not say Nick and Jonathan, but he also didn't say anybody else's name
either. He kind of did a Ross Tucker in many ways.
Yeah.
You know, of like,
he wanted to say it. You could see his
Cleveland Sports Talk Radio.
His lips
what are you
were
talking
forming
about, Stephen A?
The first initials of both of our names at the same time.
Stephen A has talked about it for months that he believes that it was Andrew Berry, right? That's his thinking on it. And again, he's got a lot of different sources himself and everything else. He's the only person I've heard, though, be like, it's Andrew Berry and that's it. And we've seen a couple things that will go along with this thought process, right? We've seen him in the Carolina, the preseason game. It looked like there was nobody happier in the world for Shedeur Sanders in that moment than Andrew Berry. We've seen him even after this in the most recent game. Like it feels like when you watch Andrew Berry, that is someone he's got more than just I drafted him and I'm invested in him in the success of Shedeur. I've always believed it was Haslam that pulled the trigger. I've always believed it was Haslam that was the one that ultimately made the final call on that. But it's anyone between those two. I think the media doesn't want to give any credit to Haslam. I think they're going to refuse to give any credit to Haslam when it comes to that selection. So I think it's going to default to Stephen A's logic, and it's going to go to Andrew Berry.
So I think by process of elimination, we can say Kevin won't be getting the credit. Right? Is that fair?
Yeah. I mean, if this was a pie chart, we didn't even give him a Keller on the table to be like, this goes to you, Kevin.
I actually think that's what I'm kind of curious about 520 with Albert. Is Albert going to be like, hey, you got to give Kevin credit for the way the kid played on Sunday?
So this is where they're going to get me mad. They're going to get me mad.
I'm just saying. It's
all these people, and I've seen it out there already.
Trying to find the Stefansky spin in it.
3 weeks. He's done so much with his footwork. He's done so much. He wouldn't be playing. You think he'd be playing this type of game if not for the help of Stefansky? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. That's the point. Oh, you know what to get me angry. You're just getting me angry.
I'm not trying to get you angry.
You just want to get me riled up.
If I did, I would reference a clip from another show. The name escapes me.
Great. I'm just your wind-up doll right now. That's fine.
Not. I'm preparing you. This is the trust tree with the nest.
Albert does that. All right, I got to mentally get myself ready.
Yeah, that's what I want.
If he's trying to tell me,
I don't want you to drop an F-bomb on Albert at 5:20 today.
Stefansky's done some miracle wonder job in 3 weeks with Shedeur. I'm going to lose it, and I don't want to lose it on Albert because I prefer that he comes on every week instead of us getting so angry at him that he's like, I don't need to do this anymore.
I don't think he'll do that. I kind of think we owe him one for a couple weeks ago. It wasn't what he did on air. It was the representation of it on the MMQB podcast, which we will be playing ahead of Albert joining us at 5:20. Not that I'm upset about it and have been for 3 weeks at all. But so the process of okay, Kevin, you go over here.
Yeah,
you didn't want any part of this. Even if you helped him,
you get no
you
part,
don't get any help.
No part of the pie chart.
I think it's Andrew Berry. Which, for everything that I just said, Andrew orchestrated, and I think he was the point man in orchestrating the worst trade in NFL history. I think DePodesta was a part of germinating that idea. I think Kevin Stefansky went along with it, and eventually they talked Jimmy Haslam into it. I find it hard to believe that Jimmy Haslam, in all as he has tried to foster this environment with the thought partners where they are big boys and they make their own decisions, I find it hard to believe Jimmy Haslam told anyone what to do with the 5th round pick. I just can't.
I mean, there was a lot of political pressure. There was a lot of political pressure at the time, and there was a different understanding. I could totally see an area where it was Haslam that came in and done it. But I want to give Andrew Berry credit. But the only thing I've seen, like actually can physically see, is I've seen consistently Andrew Berry seem like he's not only on the side of Shedeur, he seems like he's constantly uplifting him, and he's given me the idea that if that is true, what Stephen A has been going along with for months is true, I won't be like, I don't believe it.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going off of, right? And in fairness, I mean, I guess we did just have Jimmy Haslam and Dion bumping into each other at yesterday. We had the video that came out where Jimmy even did the weird, I'm going to pull on your arm thing like you do, like when you shake somebody's hand.
The thing that old rich guys do sometimes?
Yeah, I don't get that move. You can tell I come from no money because when I shake somebody's hand, I go in to let them know I'm a real man, right?
Is that what?
I don't then come in with let me cuddle with your arm.
Okay, but is that just the move you do instead of doing the bro hug? Is that like the 82-year-old version of that?
Was that big in the 50s?
No, I just think maybe you're just older, so instead of doing like the whole and like Dion went in for the bro hug, he got the bro hug, but instead of that, you're just like I'm not. That's a lot of energy.
Well, you got to think about that because that's very country club.
I might break a hip.
I'll shake your hand, but I won't hug you. That kind of thing.
You know what happens if you go in for the big bro hug? You don't know what's going to happen.
He thinks it's going to turn into something more.
You could pull anything at any point at that point in life.
Literally.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You're so close, is what I mean. No, I think I would be inclined to give it to Andrew Berry because I think there was a time where Jimmy was a complete and absolute and total menace when it came to decisions, right? Including like the reinforcement of tanking. I'm not saying that he's a choir boy now. I'm not saying that he doesn't have any say in these decisions. But I think 6 years in, I think Berry and Stefansky both have more say, especially when it comes to the quarterback position than anything else. And I think it's almost a cop-out not to give the GM credit for drafting one of the two quarterbacks on the roster.
So what is interesting, though, is the idea that then you would have said, all right, Stefansky, you get your pick in Dylan Gabriel. I'll take my pick in the 5th round. And
Sounds about right.
But then you watched as then it unfolded where Stefansky got to roll his guy out first.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense, though, right?
Well, it would if we were traditionally working on a normal NFL setting, yes. But this has not really been normal the entire time. We've kind of, as we alluded to in the first segment of the show, the idea that Stefansky is just almost like a puppet of sorts, and they're just kind of stringing him along, and he's just kind of, yes, I get it, yes. And if that was the case, then I would have wanted more of an advocate from Berry in that instance to be like, wake up your eyes.
I think it's more as part of the... because I think it was a compromise. I do think they being Kevin Stefansky, intended to draft Dylan Gabriel. That was his guy. And then as the draft rolled on, I think Berry said, listen, I'll let you handle the quarterback development how you want to. You can string Shedeur along, but I want him on the roster.
I guess we'll find out at some point because Jimmy Haslam, I don't think he's going to be able to keep it a secret if he was in fact the one that pulled the trigger.
He's going to tell everyone. He's going to mention it in the press conference when he fires Kevin.
It just won't let him. It just won't let him not do that. It won't let him just sit there and be like, no.
He actually wears a number 12 jersey to the press conference, firing Kevin Stefansky.
I got one you can have if you want. You know, I can lend it out at least to you.
You got the Chinese eBay version. Come on. Jimmy's going to get a team-issued one. Come on. He's actually going to wear a literal Shedeur jersey.
I was just giving him a nice offer was all. I just didn't have to take me up on it.
216-474-0092. If Shedeur becomes the full-time starter in Cleveland, who gets the credit? And teams around the NBA are monitoring your Cavaliers. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson.
players to redeem throughout 2026 for games that fit their schedule and matchups they won't want to miss. Learn more and pick up your Flex voucher plan today at CLEGuardians.com.
Hey, don't be pressured when it's time to shop for an engagement ring. Stop in and see Josh at Bookman & Son, where jewelry shopping is made easy and comfortable. BookmanandSon.com.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Peterlin Pass coming up in just about 20 minutes here. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Something got knocked loose. Real Savior Pete tweeted at us, and it just knocked something loose that we didn't get to when we played the Albert Breer sound to start the show today. And if you listen back to that clip, and again, we'll play it again and again and again all throughout today. You'll hear it in the lead before Albert. You'll hear it with Albert, all that kind of stuff. There's a part of me that wonders, is Stefansky no longer mad because, this perception that he has no power and he just kind of is a get-along guy, that kind of thing? Or if there's an uptick in Stefansky anger, is it because he kind of looks bad that Shedeur played really well on Sunday? And as a matter of fact, didn't just have a better game than his pet, Dylan Gabriel, ever had, but 10 times better than any? Is he just insulted? Does he feel upstaged because Shedeur actually played well?
Well, so in real time, he's seeing the idea that he was wrong.
Yeah.
In real time, like week by week, he's got a constant reminder that his evaluation was about as bad as it gets, and he's paying. And really, the bet there is the idea that Stefansky risked in many ways his coaching career on the idea that Dylan could save the day instead of Shedeur, and Dylan couldn't. Now, what I would tell Stefansky is that you still have enough time and enough people trying to bootlick out there that you can go ahead and rewrite this thing if you want to.
Yeah, and I think so. It's funny. That was going to be my initial reaction of just how much of the idea that Kevin could be done in Cleveland is just. Because my initial reaction ended up being bye. Mm-hmm, oh no, Kevin doesn't want to be here. Please don't go. Not today. Oh, it's beautiful. It's December. You'll love it in Cleveland. Keep being here. But initially it was wow, he just seems pissed because. I don't understand why he'd be angrier now today or this week, whatever, right now, than he was coming into the season.
I'm confused. Where are you getting the anger thing from?
No, I say anger. I mean Kevin being done with the situation.
Okay, yeah, because I don't think he's angry about it, even if he's done with the situation. I think it's time to move on.
Yeah, but what?
I think there's a resignation attached to that. It's not necessarily anger. It's just the idea that he's just hit a point here where he's not going to win, and it just is what it is.
216-474-0092. We did throw out the question of who gets credit.
Did I explain that right or no?
No, I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I was just going to move on to the Cavs thing.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
But who gets credit if Shedeur becomes the long-term starter now? There was conflicting here. I don't know who had it first or who is the originator of it. I know Chris Fedor wrote something about this. I know Sam Amico had something about this as well. But basically, it is tantamount to teams around the NBA are monitoring the Cavs.
Yeah.
With specific to Darius Garland, just seeing what happens here and wonders if we actually might be getting closer to a Cavs reset.
Yeah, and I don't know if it would happen this year or if it happened after the season and you see the results, but this is the conversation now. And are you closer to the idea of what Darius said in the offseason, how he thought that if he stayed healthy, they would have won the title? Or are you closer to what it feels like some fan sentiment is that he's just too injured of a player and you're wasting your time with Darius as a core member?
I'm probably a little bit of both. I'm in a weird spot where I think I've gone from completely this is big nothing burger. It's the beginning of the season, that kind of stuff, to being all right, a lot of the problems you have are pretty fixable. Are there bigger problems than we realize? When you're talking about effort and want to and playing together, those are the most fixable problems on the planet unless they're not. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, but you can't fix Darius's toe, though. That's the problem that I'm having.
I don't think Darius's toe is why they're not winning. I think you've got playmakers on the court. Donovan can play make. Lonzo Ball can play make.
You have
Greg
a
Porter
lot
Jr.
of
can
injuries.
play make.
You have a lot of injuries, and the bench that used to be something isn't really something right now. I think Fedor had it the other day. It's the second least productive bench in the entire NBA. It's a little bit different, but I do think the Darius toe thing. I think it's a massive deal in my mind.
I don't want to say it's not a deal because it has to be. He's their point guard. The offense with him on the court when he's healthy and doing well it's a different offense, right? But in terms of the offense is meant to exist without a pure point guard, and basically because there have been moments where you take him off the court and Donovan runs the offense and you're still scoring a butt ton of points. Like, I don't think the ball moving right now, I guess maybe what I'm trying to say is I think it's a gross oversimplification to say, the offense, it's about Darius's injury. I think it's a part of it, but there's a lot of finger pointing going on. I think Donovan's incredibly frustrated while also having one of his best seasons we've ever seen from him. Like, there's just something stinks in this scenario, and it's not. Listen, maybe it's just a confluence of issues, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's Evans the focal point of the offense and he's not the guy, or he's not ready to be the guy. Maybe it is missing the point guard. Maybe you miss Ty Jerome more than we realize. Lonzo's not healthy enough to play every night. Maybe it's just a lot of stuff. But man, I don't. At some point, there's just a moment where you would just expect them to snap out of it. It still might be a little early for it, but the basketball's just so bad. That game on Saturday was just
and that's kind of it,
you
right?
can't ignore that game.
And then Fedor talking about it and how he goes into the locker rooms and can really digest this stuff. The fact that Fedor is talking about how it looked somber and it looked dejected and it didn't, that stuff that's a problem. That's a problem when we're this early into the season and you have players that seem as if they're just dejected and they feel like there's no answer.
Now, I do think when you hear teams around the NBA are monitoring the Cavs, I think the rest of the NBA has waited for Kobe Altman to blink for a couple years. And I think meaning like with roster construction, because I think other teams have hardlined them. It's like, no, we're not going to give you 100% value on Darius or Evan or Jared or anybody because we don't have to, because you're the guy that needs to make the move. They've I think tried to pigeonhole the Cavs into a point of desperation, and the Cavs' response has been, well, then we're not going to trade one of our core pieces.
Which is the same response that the Guardians make, essentially.
Yeah.
They're not going to put themselves in a position to lose any of these trades. But I will be interested to see if they take calls, if they kind of shop around. I don't think they will. I think it'd be shocking if Kobe Altman was like, all right, now we wave the white flag after the season. Sure, yeah, let's talk about it. But right now, it just doesn't seem like the right time.
Yeah, and I struggle to find. Listen, it's already hard enough to make these moves at all. Now put a time limit on it at the trade deadline. I also am trying to find, okay, I don't think it's Darius. I don't think Darius is the odd man out. I think it's Jarrett. It's always been Jarrett. And I think the second that they get the appropriate value offer for Jarrett, I don't think Jarrett will be here anymore. And that's no discredit to him. It's just, I think you got to, I think it's a little easy for Evan to fall back offensively or defensively on his ways, on not being the guy when he has Jarrett to fall back on.
I agree. I think it's going to be Jarrett as well. The problem, though, is that you do have to at some point decide if Darius is just too injured of a player to move forward.
Yeah, I think the problem is if you make that decision, what are you going to get for him?
Well, and so that's where I think the report kind of suggests the idea that you're going to have teams that are open to trades and all these other things. It's like, well, if they're open to it, then why are we just getting rid of what you think is already damaged goods?
Yeah, well, I mean, okay,
if it's good enough for these other teams, and clearly there's still a belief that he can do it at a high level.
So, New Orleans has been kind of linked to Darius Garland for a very long time, and they've got Trey Murphy, they've got Herb Jones, they've got some interesting pieces. Here's a problem, though. One, there's only a certain number of deals you can make because of the salary cap. And two, Trey Murphy's a really nice player. I don't know he's worth truly Darius. When they're at their both, I think that's a problem. Is any guy you're going to get at his best is going to have 75% of the impact of Darius. And for a long time, I could fall back on, well, but if he's 75% of the impact, but he fits twice as well, there's some math that evens out there. I don't know anymore. Because now I don't know that Donovan and Evan's timelines. I think we're in a weird position where I think because Evan hasn't really turned the corner yet, I don't think you can let's not bank on that anymore. I think we have to stop acting like that's a certain thing. So all of a sudden, the pairing of Donovan and Evan is just an automatic. As long as you have those two guys, you're going to win a championship in the next 5 years. I no longer feel that way.
I know it feels like it's just such a different vibe and a different mentality than what we were talking about very recently with this Cavs team. That's what a 14-11 start does to you when you're like the 8th seed right now, but it's just so different than what it was last year. It feels night and day right now.
I mean, even and it was funny, like people were acting like Fedor was predicting the Hindenburg disaster when he was like, it was really somber in the locker room after the no, he was just saying what the mood was like.
He was reporting. That's what you're supposed to do. You go in the locker rooms and you tell people what's going on.
But I do think like vibes are down, and maybe this is a better way to put it. I don't know if it's simple as you need a good 3-game stretch, or if you're just in a spot where, and I don't think it's that it's run its course. I think it's that it's the 7-year itch, right? Like, you've all made your sacrifices, you've all done it, and because you haven't broken through yet, there's a little bit of, we've been to this bar and we keep coming back to this bar, and we're now in our 40s. That kind of thing.
I guess. I wonder, though, if they do look at it like he's always going to deal with this toe injury right now for the rest of this season, and if they do want to capitalize on Mobley and Donovan, I would advise against it. I want Darius on this team. I don't think it's going to happen, but I do think it's interesting that and some of the teams mentioned in this, the Kings, the Raptors, the Warriors, the Timberwolves, the Nets, like there are teams out there that would show interest and could maybe take it beyond just this season for the development or really continued development of Darius.
I just don't know. What are they going to offer? You know what I mean? And also...
Right. You got to make the moneyes match and everything like that.
Cavs,
it's tough.
Do we know for a fact that the Cavs view Darius as I don't say the problem, but as the problem?
No, I mean, I think when Darius himself says after last season, like, hey, if I don't get injured, everything goes a little bit differently, and then he is once again injured, and then he's back dealing with these injuries, I would imagine there's some people around the Cavs that are like, man, if he could just stay healthy, this would be a different equation. But how many years can you say that?
216-474-0092. Teams are around the NBA are monitoring the Cavs. Obviously, that leads us to believe there could be teams waiting and laying in wait is what I was trying to say with the Cavaliers. Is Darius the odd man out? I think it's Jared Allen. I think that's the first domino to go. John in Cleveland, welcome to the show.
Yes, make this brief. So anyways, I think our problem is I'm a season ticket holder. I go to all the games, 62 years old, old school basketball. Nobody's crashing the boards underneath. You know, these rebounds that these guys are getting, even Dean Wade, he's a big boy. Get under and get those, go get those rebounds, offensive, defensive rebounds to win a basketball game. We got the scoring power when we go to the hole. Okay, when the three comes in, it's fine also, but nobody's underneath rebounding. We need a couple bigs under there.
So I would appreciate the call. I disagree. Well, you're right that they're not rebounding and they're not doing. To me, that's effort. Like I think the Cavs have all the size you need between Evan and Jarrett and DeAndre Hunter. I think I think you have enough size to get what you want. I think you don't have the effort. I actually think the offense is more of a problem because the ball isn't moving.
They're 11th in rebounds in the NBA, and they're 8th in offensive rebounds in the NBA. The rebounding isn't the issue.
I think the effort is.
Yeah,
and I think that's what bugs the crap out of me.
Yeah, and that's fair. And I get it. I mean, like, listen, when you watch these games, there's no reason why what happened on Saturday night should ever happen with this Cavs team. But this is like, it's such a stark contrast to what we went through last year, where it felt like every game was just like, all right, we're going to win tonight. It's just by how many. And I used to have this early on in the season. They'd get down in these games, and then they'd have that third quarter. The third quarter just turned into these awesome displays of just being able to erase deficits, kind of do what they did last year with the Avalanche. And this year, they just don't have that.
So I also think the other way to kind of look at this is every year there's either been forward progress or you just like your longest lull has been
that was their big line, right? It was always the linear growth. That's always what they were preaching for 3 straight years. We watched them talk about how they were getting better and better, and the linear growth was there. And you're right, it does feel like a step backwards right now.
It feels like the stereotypical 7-year itch.
But does that mean did they peak last year?
That I think that's the concern.
Like that's the scary part. You have to be scared about that. And if especially if Evan's not taking the growth that was supposed to go ahead and have every part of this just launch off, it's very concerning.
Is Darius the odd man out? Teams around the NBA are monitoring the Cleveland Cavaliers. We'll have more on that, more of your reaction, and the Peterlin Pass in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Actual price. And Kyle Rudolph have the call this week when the Buccaneers host the Falcons. Baker Mayfield and Tampa Bay are 7-6 and share the NFC South lead with Carolina, but they're coming off a loss to the division rival Saints, and now face another. Join us for Atlanta at Tampa Bay on Thursday Night Football.
The radio home of the NFL in Cleveland. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Wild power play that just happened off air. We do have John Fanta coming up in about 40 minutes here. You and I, we have an Indiana alum on the station.
Yeah, we do.
And basically, our pitch to Katie Pollock has been, you got to get us the exclusive with Fernando Mendoza, right?
You'd think she has an in. I mean, she's got a lot of sources around the football world.
Very well connected. And so we're just kind of following up on that, like, Browns, not Browns, let's get some Mendoza action on the show.
Yeah.
And her response was, can I be in on the interview?
Yeah, which is that's unprecedented. That doesn't happen.
Yeah.
That's not how this works.
And she quickly pivoted to, can I just ask one question? And I was like, well, you went from you want to be in on the interview to asking one question.
Well, then we get to vet the question, too, which is like, what's the point of even asking the question if it's been vetted all the time? Like, what is this?
All right, Katie.
Is that even fun?
She lined right up at the microphone.
I know. We waited for her to close the door, but then
you started talking about me, so I turned around and came back in. This is just a Hoosier-filled day. Listen, I wasn't here yesterday, so we didn't get to wrap it up.
But the free Odyssey app.
Nick and Jonathan have both enticed me with trying to get an interview with Fernando Mendoza on the station.
You're not going to let you in if you keep resetting it.
Nick, Jonathan, and Katie's off to a horrible start.
The Garage Gang!
Hey, we're wacky.
With Anthony Lima.
It's like, Katie, what's your big addition? Well, I recap everything Nick said. We're good at recaps, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have to add another edition.
I was setting the scene.
The scene's already been set.
If you are saying this and you want me to do the dirty work and you want me to use my connections, get Mendoza on the show, and, we're going to shut you out. I said, can I be part of the interview? And they're like, it's not Nick, Katie, and I didn't say it was Nick, Jonathan, and Katie. I just want to be part of the Mendoza interview, especially if I help get him on the station.
Who's that Fermento?
Fermento.
Is that what you call
Fernando.
him? Oh, okay.
Did you imagine?
I thought that was like a nickname.
I thought you intentionally combined that. Did you just misspeak?
Yeah, I just misspoke.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
All my excitement.
Don't worry,
misspoke.
I've heard enough national people call him Francisco Mendoza.
No, Fernando Mendoza. No, I just misspoke. My words got jumbled.
All right. You need to tell me the question.
I thought you were going to go, no.
That was really just my negotiation, saying, can I ask one question?
Okay, it was
that
not
was
good
just
negotiation. You started it, I want to be in on the interview, and then you got to, can I ask one question?
You do understand how weird that sounds for the listener, right? If it's like, and then here's Katie to ask a question to Fernando Mendoza.
I could just quietly be sitting here, and then I'll be like, raise my hand, and you guys like point to me and be like, okay. Katie's turn.
Okay, so Nick asked, what's your question?
Oh, I don't know yet. It depends what time of year it is.
Why are you football head Flanders?
Is it going to be is it going to be right now? Is it going to be after the hopeful national championship game? I don't know what the question is.
Do you sing Jingle Bells or Feliz Navidad?
Maybe I'm just going to ask him what bar he hangs out in Bloomington, and then we can talk about that.
Because Cleveland wants to know that.
And I don't know Bloomington bars, but I would like to know that he drinks. Right now, my impression of him is he just goes home and reads the Bible and calls it a night.
Yeah.
He's Tebow 2.0.
He is. Can you confirm, can we use your daughter as leverage? Can your daughter try and get in good graces with him just so we can see if he's actually kind of hip?
You're suggesting she uses her daughter to try to date Fernando Mendoza for our interview?
Yes, but the benefit
is that the trade-off here?
She might marry an NFL starting quarterback.
Are you
who's really winning here?
You're prostituting out her daughter in front of her?
I don't like the P word. All right.
Yeah.
I like to call it matchmaker.
That's the new defined
term. That's a politically correct term.
By the way, you heard him. He's not going to do anything.
No, he's not. No, actually,
he won't even go for a kiss at the end of the first date.
Try 3 dates.
Yeah.
He seems like a very good guy.
You got to earn up until the kiss on the cheek.
That's true.
If you're Mendoza.
That's true.
Just consider
Fernando, it's the 15th date. Can I get a peck on the cheek? Oh, gee whiz, I don't know.
Well, consider this challenge accepted. At some point, I will do my best to get you an interview with him.
Jeez.
But my leverage is I will not let him be a part to the interview unless I can also be part to the interview.
You can sit in the studio while we interview him.
We heard you did a good job with the Ohio State footballs, the finals and everything like that, but like softball questions like you wouldn't believe.
They are not. That's not true.
Softball question. I don't know what hard-hitting question you'd want in that scenario, for being honest.
I'm going to tell you, when it's a post-game state championship and they're the winner, the first thing you always want is to get their feeling at the moment and get their emotion.
Yeah. Hey,
and then
it made me kind of think, are we going to get, hey, Mendoza, how you feeling even doing this interview with us here? Like, that's I don't want that.
That's a championship
I don't want that.
First question.
Can we send you out to do the other side of this? If we send you out to do the real dirty work and ask the question of like something that is really going to get the headlines going and the people talking, then people will look and see it's us, but then you're the one asking the hard-hitting questions.
Oh, so you just don't want me to take any of your good questions?
That's what that would be. Yes, that's what that would be.
This is about Nick and Jonathan.
The fun of doing a Mendoza interview is getting the credit off the Mendoza interview, and we are very threatened by your ability to steal that spotlight there.
I don't know what to tell you.
Hard-hitting questions
like,
what's your favorite bar?
in Indiana, by the way.
We're a team. How about I ask him what his feelings would be to come to the Cleveland Browns?
Again, that's wow.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Easy Woodward
Save
and Bernstein.
the Marconi for us.
Easy.
Okay? Katie?
Nick?
I almost said you've been dismissed. I would not have said that. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not sure for what.
Let us know what the question is.
You didn't get the interview yet.
Let us know what the question is. We'll have a conversation. What should we let Katie in on a Fernando Mendoza interview if she helps land the plane and get the interview? I don't think she's going to do it.
I don't think so either.
But I think I'm open to it because I'd like to interview Fernando Mendoza and just get where the hell his deal is. But let's get to the Peterlin Pass.
There's only one man with the knowledge to criticize and the power to let it slide. It's time for this week's Peterlin Pass.
All right, the Peterlin Pass this week goes to people mad at the College Football Playoff Committee and the setup of it all and the idea that you're going to have Ole Miss taking on Tulane in a game that is a 17.5-point favorite by Ole Miss, and a game we've already seen, by the way, since they beat Tulane 45-10 in the regular season. Teams meeting again, and then Oregon, a 21.5-point home favorite over number 12 James Madison. Nick, it makes no sense to me. Just get the top 12 best teams deserve to be in. We shouldn't care about the group of five. The group of five doesn't matter to me in the slightest bit, and the idea that the overall odds to win the national title has James Madison at plus 40,000 and Tulane at plus 75,000 is all you need to know. No one's going to watch these games. No one's going to care about these games, and you promised me better college football games.
Yeah, here's, I would say, the problem. Most of the first round of the playoffs are non-productive anyways, are non-competitive. So why is anyone throwing a stink about who gets blown out in the first round?
I don't want to see James Madison or Tulane play football. And there's good teams that are being left out here. The Notre Dame discussion comes from the idea
that a good team. How many times get popped this year?
If we're talking top 12 teams in the nation, legitimately top 12 teams in the nation, Notre Dame should be slotted at number 11. They get, and this is not
why? Because they're Notre Dame?
This is not no, because of everything that we saw with them. This is not a pro Notre Dame rant. This is a anti-Tulane and anti-James Madison rant. These games aren't going to be competitive. We already watched Ole Miss versus Tulane happen. We don't need to watch it happen again.
Hey, Texas versus Clemson last year, Blue Bloods. That was a 14-point game. Ohio State versus
Texas
Tennessee.
Versus Clemson. That's different.
Ohio State versus Tennessee, 42-17. Wow. We really have to protect the sanctity of the first round of the playoffs.
You want to watch James Madison? Who's James Madison played this year?
By the way, but no, it's not about that.
Who's Tulane
It's
played
not
this
about
year?
that. It's about the first round of the playoffs already are prone to blowouts anyways. Why does it make a difference whether it's James Madison or Tennessee?
Because I don't want to watch James Madison or because they don't have a chance. Tennessee might have been 14-point underdogs. They have a chance. It's a real program.
Who says Notre Dame had a chance? Notre Dame has, what, 3 losses in the season?
Got a chance.
Why? Because they're Notre Dame.
Yes,
you're just being a brand snob.
Yes, that's the point.
We finally have.
That's the point. They have better players. They have better recruited players.
The whole point of March is...
You think James Madison can go toe-to-toe with Notre Dame's players?
The whole point of March is you get Cinderella stories. So before we even get a chance to get Cinderella stories, we're going to wipe them off the face of the planet because I don't want to watch Notre Dame. You're going to watch the games, and if you don't, you weren't going to watch them anyways.
But I've been always consistent with this. I don't like the Cinderella stories even in March Madness.
And you're part of the problem.
You get to the Elite Eight. I don't want Belmont in my Elite Eight.
Yeah, and
you belong in the first round. You don't belong in the Elite Eight. Yes, I want the Blue Bloods. I want the big programs. I want them there. Yes, brand snob, call it whatever you want. That's exactly what I want.
That's
I want to feel like when I put on Notre Dame versus Ole Miss, I don't know who's going to win that game, and each team has a chance. I don't feel that way with Ole Miss and Tulane, and when we watched that game earlier in the year, it was won by 35 points by Ole Miss.
The Peterlin Pass.
Tim Tebow weighs in on Shedeur Sanders and the Noise in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Raptors. Coming up today at 4:20 on Afternoon Drive, NBC Sports' John Fanta joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
John Fanta coming up in 20 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Albert Breer at 5:20. He had some things to say about poor old Kevin Stefansky. I think about the job Kevin Stefansky has here. I mean, it's so tough to get paid millions of dollars to lead a team to 3 wins a season, and all the while, you don't get to pick what color the drapes are in Berea. Just feel for Kevin. We'll get to the bottom of that with Albert at 5:20 today. But Tim Tebow was on with the Midday Boys, as of course we are the I would say the kind of the post show of the midday show. Many people have said that about us.
Is that with the recap?
Yeah, we are. We recap the midday show almost exclusively here. But Tim Tebow was on with the Midday Boys and basically was asked if he relates to Shedeur Sanders, given the mania around Tim Tebow back in the day and certainly the mania around Shedeur now.
One of the really important things is, first of all, he's got a really strong support system, and that really matters. I think especially when you get a lot of praise and a lot of criticism. And I just think my encouragement is you can't control who speaks about you, but you can control who speaks into you. And to have those right voices, trusted voices that aren't yes people, but are loved ones and wise counsel and people that care about you to truly speak into you. And I think, so many people will say, I just ignore all the voices. Well, you can't, because it's just part of life. Like, you hear it. Like, you cannot not hear some of it. But the question is, are the other voices going to speak louder into your life? Being around him several times and his dad, I know he's got a good support system and rooting for that young man.
So what'd you think of Tim Tebow there?
Well, so I wanted to hear from Tebow because I think he's the only person that is on the planet that can really kind of look at Shedeur and be like, I've been through what you've been through, right? I think that's important. I think the advice in that is that I already think Shedeur is subscribing to all of that. Like, I've gotten, and again, I don't know, maybe Shedeur has like burner accounts we don't know about or something, or maybe he really is deeply involved in trying to hear stories about himself. But by all accounts, he just kind of keeps to himself and just doesn't really let any of that really get into his brain. Like, he's doing what Tebow's already suggested.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the reality is there's a certain amount of noise that as long as Shedeur is on an NFL team, fans, the organization, and the player are going to have to kind of deal with. And you can say Shedeur encourages it. I think having a social media presence and having a social media team isn't encouraging it. I think it's trying to find a way to add additional revenue and additional ways to kind of get your brand out there. I think it's a byproduct of. I think that fame is a byproduct of what you're trying to do, not necessarily the goal.
Well, so I guess I'm trying to figure out how incubated can you make yourself? Because even like when he posts videos and stuff like that, or post anything like his music or something, you can post and not look at any of it. Like, if you want to, you can make Twitter, you can make Instagram. How you can record the stuff and have somebody post it for you? Like, how incubated could, as polarizing of a player, but as we did a topic last week about the idea that he is the number 1 Googled athlete this season and the number 5 Googled person on planet Earth this year. Like, how much of that fame can you just kind of say, I'm just taking in none of it?
No, you can't. Not his generation. Like, I'll be honest with you. I am not of that generation. Social media came around when I was like in high school. Depending on what you call like AIM and then MySpace and all that, like, I didn't really get social media till I went to college. Like, it was around. I got to use it a little bit, but there were huge guardrails on it when, because of all the perverts and bad people out there.
Yeah.
His generation, I mean, I know there are people that let their kids have Instagram or Facebook or whatever when they're like 6 or 7.
Well, so wouldn't that make him better equipped to handle that at this point, or no? I genuinely don't know. I don't know what this answer is.
So I think it's a double-edged sword. Like, I think you understand it in a way that I probably don't. I'm more removed from it, even now as somebody who uses social media a fair amount for my job. At the same point, I think it's harder to pull away. Like, social media is such, I see it with a lot of my kids' friends. My kids don't have social media.
Yeah.
But I see the ones that do, it's like an extension of your tablet or your phone or whatever, where it becomes an appendage to you. It's like having a third hand or whatever, right? I think it's if it's hard for me, and I'm not of that generation, to ignore social media on any given day, I can't imagine that he could ever.
I mean, he gives off the appearance, and this is what people would do, obviously, but he gives off the appearance that he's unfazed by all of it, and that's where I think it's a little bit, in many ways, I think it is different than Tebow. I always thought that Tebow kind of swerved into that part of his venture and his journey, but I think Tebow had a bigger goal at hand. I think Tebow was going to try to use his platform to then basically spread the word of God and Jesus and everything else, and I really thought he just thought that like fame was a nice conduit to be able to spread that message, whereas with Shedeur, I don't know that Shedeur sees social media outside of anything but this gives me dollars and a way to connect with fans.
So there's an element of this that is TBD, and it's the element that, you know, I understand teams look at this and go, we've never had a social media influencing quarterback before, and we don't know how to handle it. I think in 10 years, this is going to look foolish. But I think right now, given Shedeur's social impact, like, I don't know. Because to me, right now is not the time that would impact him, right? Because right now, he's so busy trying to prove to the NFL that he belongs. This is not where you get trapped. I think this offseason could be really interesting. Like, how much does the fact that you played good football in the NFL, how much does that matter to you? Well, I think if he makes a Super Bowl at some point, like, that's when I think the fame is going to become a different level.
I mean,
right
like
now,
when LeBron went 0 dark 30, right? Or 0 dark 23, whatever that was. Like, what was his? Was he actually able to pull it off?
No, it was a branding bit.
Well, I tend to believe you, and so like that's where I do wonder if like is it possible for any of these quarterbacks, take Shedeur out of it for a second, any of these quarterbacks across the NFL, is it possible to just be like everything else is white noise? Because if you're Shedeur, you got to think up until Sunday, you probably had to spend the previous 6 months just thinking everything else was white noise, and these people don't really know what's going on and they don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, but I think there was the phenomenon. Like, I don't even. Guys, I think there's still a lot more to go with the phenomenon of Shedeur. If you're already Shedeured out because of the supporters or the shahaters or the videos that he does in the offseason, like, guys, the more popular he gets, the better he gets at football. This is only going to grow leaps and bounds.
I mean, yeah, I would think so as well. I would think that's if he ends up being a franchise quarterback and then all of a sudden the Browns are playing, like, he'll hit heights that are extremely. I mean, again, if Tebow was great, think about the heights that would have been.
Yeah, and I think that's why like
there's already a natural thing to him, a magnet. He's a magnet of sorts. Like there's something to him already that's only going to grow.
Now, I think the positive sign is there are guys who get this. And I actually agree with you. I think Tim, it's not that he got lost in his own mania, but I think he bought into it a little bit. I think he enjoyed it a little bit. It always
felt that way to me, yeah.
A guy that I think is a much more extreme version of this, and I hated when Shedeur got compared to him, is Manziel. Manziel to me is like the second he got a taste of that noise, that energy, that attention, that became more important than anything else to him, because then that begat partying and grab-assing and all the things.
Well, he turned into like a Kardashian though, where it's like that was the attention was his drug.
And I think the positive thing, again, I think this whole thing is TBD, right? I do. I don't know. Any of us know if he's so immensely popular without the NFL that then you put one of the most, just high energy, biggest pushes you can, which is NFL success behind you. Who the heck knows how popular and when I say popular, who the heck knows the amounts of noise he can have around him? At the same point, he's already passed a test, because when you hear the young man speak, he does seem nonplussed by it. Whereas with Johnny, when you heard Johnny speak, Oh, my God. Nobody loved the attention Johnny got more than Johnny. Shedeur has an element of he could take it or leave it. And
Yes.
I really love the word nonplus, just like I don't why are you asking me? Man?
Well, you know what? He gives off the impression when you listen to these interviews on Wednesdays with Shedeur, he gives off the impression of I'm doing this because it's my job, not because I can't wait to get in front of the microphone and talk to you guys. Like that's not. Maybe I'm reading that wrong, but every time I've heard him talk in these Wednesdays, I just think to myself, okay, he's doing it because that's the requirement. That's what's asked of him, not as if he is, I can't wait to get my voice out there. It's just not the vibe.
I think in the pantheon of guys that we can compare him to, and again, Johnny is the far left over here. He was more of a media creation, more of the hoopla than he was actual substance. Then I think Tim is probably, I think he's right of center. If Johnny's all the way off to the left here, I think Tim is right of the center. I think Tim was a lot about football, a lot about the right things, and a little bit caught and struck by the commotion around him and maybe being pushed up as this incredible exemplification of Christianity and all that kind of stuff. And then I think if you go even way farther, I think that's where Shedeur is. And I think that's, again, I think it's Bill Murray that's like, you've got 6 months of being famous, and you either stay an a-hole or you just go back to being a normal person.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't think we've hit true heights of fame that he can aspire to yet for Shedeur, but I think the early returns are, he's still about football. He's still about doing the right things, and I think that's only going to be... Now, the question is, I don't think it's can Shedeur handle it? Can the Browns handle it? Because I think Stefansky's buckling on all the noise around him. Like, I think he's not comfortable with it. I think the Browns in general, while they love the social media traffic it gets, probably don't love the criticism that comes with it. I think that's going to be another fascinating angle of whether the organization itself can handle that kind of just sheer mania.
Well, and I think, some organizations do. They wrap their arms around it, and some, even like, again, with Baker, when Baker got to a certain spot and he was on every single commercial and he was everywhere, it felt like the Browns' response to that was, okay, well, hold on, that's a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And so, I hope that's not the case for Shedeur. I hope they just kind of let Shedeur be Shedeur. If he continues to play as good a football as he did on Sunday, it'll be a natural development for him. But I don't know. I don't look at him as somebody that I've ever been concerned about being wrapped up into all this. And I don't know if that's just me being ignorant to it all, but I don't get that interpretation from it.
Well, I think there would be warning signs, and I don't see them. Like with Johnny, there were obvious warning signs. Even with Tim, like, there were some warning signs there. And again, warning signs, he's turned out to be a really good human being. He's not a jerk. Like, I'm not trying to make him like a cautionary tale, but there were some signs there that's like, oh, he really loves this in a way that is maybe not just about football or just about this or just about that. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's been a moment. I don't think there's been something that Shedeur has said where I've thought to myself, oh, he doesn't get it. I think that's an incredible testament to the kid, because
maybe the pantomiming thing, and that's it.
I think that was a case of he didn't understand how big that response was going to get, but how could you? Like, how could you know that everyone was going to take that and turn it into, like, if anything, that's a lesson. Like, hey, if you do anything, people are going to react one way or another.
And I think he's had a couple lessons along the way, but it is interesting as he's gotten further and further away from Colorado. The amount of lessons, quote unquote, that we feel like the idea that he decked out his draft day room and did all that stuff, they just don't seem to exist here. They really don't. I feel like he's got it all figured out, but I don't want to end up looking like an idiot for saying that years down the line.
216-474-0092. What impact will the noise have long-term around Shedeur and the Browns? John Fanta will talk about his feelings on Kevin Stefansky and what one great game from Shedeur means to him in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here.
may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
The Cleveland Browns. You are not serious people.
Be a part of the conversation on the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Albert Breer. 1 hour's time. No idea what we could talk about. Absolutely none.
Nothing?
Nothing that he said about Kevin Stefansky. No running commentary he's had on Shedeur Sanders. Certainly nothing like that. Albert in just about 1 hour's time, but Tuesdays, 4:20 means Cleveland's own John Fanta, NBC Sports, joins us on the Fan Hotline, and he's actually going to be joining us live from Columbus. He's calling number 13 Illinois at Ohio State tonight, 7:30 tip, NBC Sports Network and Peacock. The Buckeyes looking to start 2-0 before eventually they lose the rest of their regular season games there in the Big Ten. John, welcome to the show.
Wow, you are super positive on a Tuesday, Nick Wilson. Great to be with you. Three-win Wilson, still at 3.
Does that also apply to Ohio State basketball?
Yes, I think Ohio State will get about 3 regular season wins in the Big Ten this year.
Hey, look, it's a crucial year for them. I mean, they have not been to the NCAA tournament in 5 years, and it's time. Well, 4, but it's time for them to come out of this and get something going. So they're looking to go to 2-0 in Big Ten play. They have a big game tonight against a very good Illinois team. Intriguing contest in Columbus that the Buckeyes could really use to move the needle here. They should be an NCAA tournament team under Jay Deber this year. They should be. We'll see if it comes to fruition.
I'll believe it when I see it. John, what'd you think about Shedeur's big game?
Impressed. I was really impressed, and he did win the day. He played really well. He did a lot of things that, I know some people would be like, well, it was the Tennessee Titans. It's a National Football League, guys, and you saw the weather out there. And I am flabbergasted and beyond confused as to how the people running this organization watch this day in and day out, or maybe elected not to, how you could possibly have sat this kid behind 2 other people, how you could possibly have sat this kid behind Dylan Gabriel. It's indefensible. There's no explanation for it other than you want to show why you picked somebody in the 3rd round and why that person was picked in the 5th round. I don't know how else to explain it, and I don't care who you like more, what you like. This is an NFL. You're judged by wins. And at the very start of this season, I told you guys, the interesting thing about this Browns season was I didn't think they were a playoff team, but Kevin Stefansky's got to fight for wins here because he's got a job to retain. And the fact is, he has held this football team back. He lost them the game on Sunday, and I'm really happy with Shedeur Sanders. I think you got to love what you're seeing from this kid. He makes the rest of the season super interesting. There's something here with this kid. This kid has proven a lot of people wrong in a couple of weeks.
All right, John, you started to hint towards Stefanski. Once lovers, now fighters, the two of you guys. It's an interesting turn of events as we watch this whole thing unfold. What'd you make of going for the 2-point conversion, the play, everything associated with it, and how Stefanski did?
You can't call that play there. That play cannot happen. I don't care if the play gets executed correctly. So for the people out there who say, well, John's arguing this, it's easy to dislike something when it doesn't work. Keep the ball in the guy who got you 350 yards. Keep the ball in his hands. In what league, what team doesn't keep the ball in the hot man's hands? This is basic football. And they just continue to try to outthink, outsmart, outdo, and all they're doing is losing. That was a joke. How can you watch that type of performance from your quarterback and then sit him down in that moment? That was the most maddening moment of this season. Would you two agree?
I don't know. There's been a lot of them, but it's not great.
Yeah.
You cannot do that, Nick and JP. Not when he's had that type of game. I just don't understand how he could play that well, and then you say, you know what, we're going to try a trick play here. And if it works, I'm still a little bit like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? The head coach, who, nice man, nice family, okay, did some good for the organization.
Erase a phrase.
But the head coach no longer is capable of being the head coach of this football team. He has cost this team games. He has lost his ability to win. And you got out-coached by an opposing staff that has been an absolute dumpster fire, in-season change that never even got off the ground, and you got out-coached by them because you made more mistakes than they did. It was absolutely one of the worst decisions I've seen. It was Hugh Jackson 1-31 level incompetence to have Shedeur Sanders not in on that play.
John, I guess, can I get you to rubber stamp you're out on Stefansky? So even if he goes 3-1 in the final 4 games, you're not flipping-flopping back?
I wasn't flipping-flopping back had he won this game. No way. I wasn't flipping-flopping. I really thought, guys, that Kevin was a byproduct of awful decisions organizationally from the top to bring in Deshaun Watson, and I thought he is deserving of a real chance this season. They've wasted the best defense in the league, okay? Their special teams are horrible. Horrible. The offense, how does the offense look the way it does now and looked as it was the worst offense in the league, if not as bad as any offense in the league for weeks. For weeks. So how did you watch this kid every week and sit him? How did you sit Shedeur Sanders when when the competition is Dylan Gabriel, who is not an NFL quarterback? I was previously a Kevin Stefansky supporter, as you well know, and I was willing to give him a shot. But in our world of arguments, I'm not willing to just die on a hill. Okay, I was wrong. I was wrong about Stefansky. I really thought that he was a solid NFL head coach. And I wouldn't be shocked if some other NFL team ends up hiring him. I don't know how it'll go. I don't care. I care about the Browns. But I can't argue with, 6 wins in the last 30 games? It's a joke, guys. That performance on Sunday, it's like they're battling 17 points. They're not even battling an opponent. They got to 17, and then in the third quarter, every drive stalls. It's the same stuff over and over again. And then, it was a nice comeback because players made plays. Shedeur Sanders did things on Sunday that Dylan Gabriel never even showed a semblance of doing. You can't defend him anymore. I don't care how the last 4 games goes. The time is up. It's time for change. It's time for a new regime.
All right, how deep does the change go then? Does it catch Andrew Berry, or does Berry end up getting promoted up and then you have a different general manager because of the promotion?
I could see that happening. I could see there being a world, because of the rookie class that Andrew drafted, of him being able to hang on. Because as much as I have not been an Andrew Berry guy, I have to give him credit for the rookie class that he drafted. It's been a sensational rookie class. If it were me, I think a reset is necessary for this organization. You know, I know there's some people out there who are saying there's pieces on the field that would indicate that things could get better as next year. Well, it can't get any worse. I mean, in terms of the win-loss column, the talent that they've wasted on the field, again, specifically on defense, has just been, how about for weeks, they didn't run the ball like they've been running it lately. What happened? Well, why now are they able to run the football? Well, you have a more competent quarterback in there, but they've run the ball better the last couple of weeks. And competition, opponent, all that, but still, they've been playing some good teams the past couple of weeks. They ran the ball really well, and they ran the ball straight down the field on the 49ers. I would clean house. If it's me running the organization, I just think you have to hit the reset button. These people have had a long leash, longer than a lot of people thought that they would. What's my prediction? My prediction is that won't fully happen. My prediction is that they will get rid of the coaching staff, because I think that even they know that they have to. The Sunday 2-point play. I mean, you would have to be just purely. You'd have to be worse than ignorant to watch that and not say change is needed. But I could see there being. If I had a crystal ball and made a prediction, I'd say Andrew Berry hangs on in some capacity.
John Fanta, NBC Sports on the Fan Hotline here. He's on the call. Number 13, Illinois at Ohio State tonight, 7:30 on NBC Sports and Peacock. He joins us every single Tuesday here on Afternoon Drive. So, 4 games to go with Shedeur. He's the starter. What do you want to see from him? Yeah. And what do you need to see from him to make it a real conversation that he's the quarterback going forward, and you don't draft one in the first round this next year?
Better just and a continual progression in timing and comfortability. This is a hard road game on Sunday against a very good Bears team that's won 9 of their 13 games. So nobody's expecting the Browns to win this game. When you have a quarterback who's progressing and getting better week in and week out, I'm not putting it all on him, because again, there's limitations to this team. But like what I'd like to see is can the Browns engineer some drives with him? And if they are, it's because of him. It all starts with the QB. I want to see his timing continue to get better. I think there's some moments in games where you just say, all right, he just missed him, or, oh, he had him and he just missed him. He's a rookie, and he's a 5th-round pick. So my expectations going into this were not very high, guys. Be real with you. It's not like I expected him to come in and do what he did on Sunday. And again, don't care about the opponent. I just want to see him continue to get comfortable with this offense. Last week we talked about the Jerry Jeudy, Shedeur Sanders exchange, and you said, did that bother me? And I told you it really didn't bother me. I thought about it a little bit more. You know why it didn't bother me? I saw 2 guys in an animated discussion that cared. Shedeur Sanders makes you care about the Browns right now. Quinshon Judkins does too. Myles Garrett certainly does. That goes without saying. But the fact is, when you watch this team right now, they're super intriguing because they have a quarterback who potentially has a future here. Guys just don't throw for 364 yards on 23 of 42. His counterpart threw for a total of 117 yards, albeit, granted, against an outstanding defense, but still. I am super intrigued to see the last 4 games and to see what Sanders does. I want to see just more timing, avoid the nightmare disastrous throw, avoid the big interception. Show that you can operate the offense on the road in a hostile environment at Soldier Field on Sunday. And, maybe we end up saying in one of the last 4 games, he got them that win. Can he break through and find a way to a win, or 2? But I'm going to say, is there a moment in here in these last 4 games where you say, well, he found a way to give the Browns a win? And are we saying he wasn't the reason why this team lost? In fact, there's reason to believe that he goes into camp next year and he can be in the mix for this job. I don't think any new regime, and I do think there'll be some semblance of a new regime, is going to say we're putting all our eggs in the Shedeur Sanders basket. But I think right now this guy's in a very good spot that if he shows what he's been showing, he improves week in and week out. If he continues this improvement, he's entering camp next year with a real shot to get this job. And I don't think many people thought that was possible. And you got to credit this kid because if he continues to improve to the degree that he has week in and week out already, all I could say is, wow. Maybe Mel Kiper did have a point about Shedeur Sanders, and maybe there was something to be said about him on draft night falling, and that was wrong. That the Browns may have someone like that. Think about it. This organization has not had that stable franchise quarterback for a quarter century, and they could have backed their way into one here with a 5th-round pick that they took a chance on. It shows the value of the quarterback position, and it shows that maybe a lot of people were wrong. But if he continues to progress, continues to show that timing, guys, that's what I really want to see with this guy. And can he avoid that staying in the pocket too long and then making the disastrous throw? Those are the things that I'm looking for.
Were you worried at all about the defense, though? I think the Malik Collins injury was massive, and I don't think it's an accident that we saw the run game look the way that it did for the Titans off that injury.
No question about it, JP. I mean, that's worrisome. And it's worrisome on Sunday because Chicago has been able to show what they can do on the offensive side of the ball. Not to mention their defense has been pretty good. I mean, they've won some grinder games this year, but they hung 47 on Cincinnati, and they hung 31 on the Steelers. So the fact is, I am concerned. And then you look, defense is human. It's December 14th. You're 3-10. We know 95's going for that sacks record, but the Malik Collins injury, it's brutal. And there is a part of you that says, with the defense, and I think I brought this up last week a little bit of like, I don't want anyone to get hurt to a point that it would cost them much of next season. And we know we're in that part of the year. And NFL teams have that happen to them. I hope it doesn't happen to ours. I knock on wood, hoping it doesn't happen to ours. But, there is a world here where the defense is not going to be, they're just not going to be as good as they've been. They're not, because you're talking about a team that's out of the playoff mix and that frankly has been beaten down because they have a lot of incompetence with the other units in the room. I said it before, I'll say it again. I feel bad for Jim Schwartz. And you can't tell me Jim Schwartz doesn't go to bed at night thinking, what the hell, man? I've been around football for this long, and we only have 3 wins, and we're playing the way that we're playing. I know he's an all-business guy, but it's human nature. And I think some of that human nature is going to happen with this team in the last couple of weeks. I think there's going to be more drives if the defense gives up more yards and points, and people dissect them and say, well, they gave up a touchdown. Oh, they gave up a score there. Yeah, they gave up a score because guess what? The special teams and offense, for the most part, with the exception of the last couple of weeks because they finally have a quarterback who can play, the special teams and offense have been ineptitude personified. So, the defense blinked because the defense is tired of it.
John, we got about 30 seconds. Jimmy Haslam, Deion Sanders were seen on video yucking it up this weekend. Deion is the Browns' next head coach. How you feeling?
I'm ready for the show. I'm ready for I got my popcorn ready, and it would just be an all-out show. And you know what? I'm here for the movie. Like, honestly, guys, I would have an open mind with that. Like, I get it. There's a dynamic there with the starting quarterback, and but I don't know. I also look at the head coaching pool, and I'm like, I can't say right now that I'm like, got to go get that guy. I know a couple weeks ago this show was so enamored with Gruden, but I would have my popcorn ready and be entertained.
Couple barstool
Nick was
guys.
enamored. I wasn't enamored.
Enamored's an interesting word. John, we appreciate you, buddy.
That's what he said. That's his words.
You were enamored, Wilson.
When did I say I was enamored, John?
JP told me I believe everything he says.
Okay.
God, it's a good way to go through life, John.
Next thing I'm going to hear is somebody believes everything the Browns tell you.
I got a Carmen Christmas card, guys. Big news.
I did too. I'm sure Nick also got his as well. He's expanded out the Christmas list to the point where it almost feels like I don't know. What cut did we really make here, John? What cut did we make?
John, great stuff,
buddy. I don't know. Thanks, fellas.
Thank you, John.
John Fanta there again. Catch him on NBC Sports and Peacock tonight. Ohio State, Illinois. We'll react to what he had to say. I never said I was enamored with John Gruden. We get that.
Why are you just trusting what John said? I have no idea.
You agreed to it.
When did I say that? I don't know. You were. We did a whole like 45 minutes about you being. Yeah, well, all right. I'll say it. Enamored with John Gruden.
There's been no enamorment.
I had to pull up stats and everything else associated with John Gruden to talk you off the John Gruden ledge.
No, all I said was
enamored's
you
the
could
right
do
word.
worse.
You
could do worse.
Enamored's
Where's
the right
rubber
word.
stamp? Where's the rubber stamp?
Go back. We have this all on. It's all exists on the internet.
The burden of proof is on you, not on
there.
me.
It's all on Twitter. Wait,
no, you show your work.
You asked me first. That's why the burden of proof is on you. It's not on me after that.
No.
You asked me first.
You said I was enamored. That's your take. You have the original take. You burden of proof.
We did it for like 45 minutes.
I talked a lot about things on 45
bring
minutes.
up the fact that he hadn't won anything in 20 years, and we went through this whole entire thing.
Simply not being dismissive of a man is not.
You love Gruden, just admit it.
No, I'm intrigued
now
by
you're
him.
Off Gruden because the people aren't coming around to Gruden?
I am
is that
not
what this
off
is?
Gruden.
Now
I am not on
okay,
Gruden.
so you're not even off Gruden.
No,
you're riding the fence on Gruden is what you're saying.
I'm not riding.
At least I chose a side. I'm anti-Gruden.
No, the point is, I am mildly pro. I am not enamored.
Anti-Gruden. You enamored SOB, you.
We'll react to what John had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
I was really impressed, and he did win the day. I am flabbergasted and beyond confused as to how the people running this organization watch this day in and day out, how you could possibly have sat this kid behind two other people, how you could possibly have sat this kid behind Dillon Gabriel. It's indefensible. There's no explanation for it other than you want to show why you picked somebody in the 3rd round and why that person was picked in the 5th round. I don't know how else to explain it, and I don't care who you like more, what you like. This is an NFL. You're judged by wins. Kevin Stefansky's got to fight for wins here because he's got a job to retain. And the fact is, he has held this football team back. He lost them the game on Sunday, and I'm really happy with Shedeur Sanders. I think you got to love what you're seeing from this kid. He makes the rest of the season super interesting. There's something here with this kid.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, like a lot of us, wondering, now that we've actually seen a good game from a Browns quarterback, why was Dillon Gabriel given all the advantages ahead of Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah, it does feel like it's been a weird couple days, I'm going to be honest with you, where it's like everyone's turned on Stefanski, something you and I have been talking about for a long time now. Everyone's wondering these questions of like, how could you possibly have Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur in the building and choose Dillon Gabriel? Some of the things we've been wondering for a long time as well. It feels like the chickens are coming home to roost here.
I will tell you, John sounds like a defeated man in one regard, which was his answer on Deion Sanders.
Well, okay, so here's why I think he was open to it. He was very open to it.
Well, I think it was more like I guess.
Well, so I first off, I'd love to see the interaction next week if Deion's also there, if that is just a little bit different between Haslam and Deion. But the part that I'm interested by, Nick, if you fire your head coach, and if Shedeur looks the way he did on Sunday, the remaining 4 games, how does Deion not get a courtesy interview?
Because he shouldn't be in the job.
But think about the dynamics at play here, though. And listen, I agree with you. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it should happen. All these things we can talk about. But if that's something Shedeur is really, really interested in, and if he looks like he did on Sunday for the next 4 games, there's a big if attached to that. But if he looks like, whoa, this happened and this happened quick, how do you not give him a courtesy interview?
Because Shedeur would have to first say that to the Browns, and then the Browns would go back to Shedeur and say, you haven't earned the right to have a say in who the head coach is, so simmer down while we hire the head coach.
I think it'd be really interesting to find out those dynamics. I would want to know just how much Shedeur feels like he can wield as far as power is concerned, and I would be interested to see the Browns' feedback in that as well. Plus, we know Haslam loves the dynamics of all this.
Yeah, I mean, I think
loves
that's
people talking about the Browns. There's a part of him that would be, I think, very open to this.
I think that's why I think if you're Andrew Berry, your job is to play keep away and never let that interview happen.
Yeah, well, let's have these pregame meetings between the two of them, and if Shedeur keeps playing the way that it is, it'll be very hard to keep that train off the tracks if, in fact, he does play this good.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is. I think it's called having a backbone and having the ability to understand that...
Look who you're talking about, though. You're talking about Haslam and all this.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying don't do it. Again,
I'm telling you, this is just if he plays like he did on Sunday, it's on the table.
At most it's going to be 5 good games. No, he doesn't have. No, you don't do a courtesy interview for the head coach of your franchise just because somebody had 5 good games. The courtesy, the reward you get for having 5 good games if you're Shedeur is you're going to be the quarterback next year and beyond.
All right, if you believe that, then I would also say this is another feather in the cap of you have to fire Stefanski at the end of the season because if you feel like Shedeur would have no hey, could you just interview my dad? Could you just do him that solid? Let's see how this goes. If he plays like Jaden Daniels did year 1, if he plays like that next year in 2026, You do get a lot more power. You do get a lot more say. You get a lot more. What
NFL quarterback gets to name their
what
head
NFL
coach?
quarterback is their dad is one of the greatest players of all time and also coaches the college sport. Like, it's such a unique dynamic.
But see, this is the problem. You're drunk on power. You're drunk on power with one good game from Shedeur.
We can't use past dynamics to even. There's no precedent for this.
Yeah, no.
There's zero precedent for this.
It's a precedent that's made up. It's not a thing. It doesn't have to be a thing. Deion is a good college coach. He has won approximately zero in college. I see no need to be like, this is the coach you have to have, and you can't tell me the only reason you wouldn't be hiring him is the buzz, at which point you've already lost the next 5 years.
Haslam loves the buzz. I'm just saying, based off of the Browns and what we know, this is something that I could see Haslam easily going down this road.
I refuse to believe it. As all the dumb things I've watched him do,
I can see him doing it
in the last 10 years, including hiring Paul DePodesta, this might take the cake. You don't have to do it. It's best for Shedeur to be a professional quarterback without his father around. All right? That doesn't
Mike
mean
McDaniel is the OC, Jim Schwartz is the DC, Deion Sanders is the head coach.
You're trolling me. That's all this is. You're just it's payback
well, part of that,
for me trying to prep
like?
You for Albert. All of it. Well, actually, no.
You like
Namely,
Mike McDaniel? You like Jim Schwartz? Then it's Deion
the
at the
Deion
front.
part. The Deion part. The part where he hasn't earned the right to be an NFL head coach.
Let's see how this goes.
That part.
Let's see how this goes.
No, I don't need to see how it goes.
I got to see how this plays out. If he looks as good as he did Sunday, I think he's going to be calling a lot of shots by the end of the season.
Deion Sanders could look like the second coming of the Messiah. And I would be like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't hire his dad as a head coach.
Daddy's back.
Shedeur, not the Messiah.
You don't want to hire the Messiah?
No, that guy seems like he's got his stuff together. That guy, seems like he could be a pretty darn good head coach.
Pretty well put together, if you ask me.
Leadership traits out the yin-yang.
Every athlete thanks him after all these games for a reason.
Oh, you think he can't handle 54 guys on Sunday? He's got 9 billion people he's leading. Thank you very much. The lead. It's 2 straight ends of the segment. Out of pocket. You know what it is? You're priming up for Albert, and you're taking out on me.
I'm not doing anything to Albert at 520. I'm not doing a thing. You're the one that's going to play the clip. You're the one that's going to get after it.
The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Monday Morning Quarterback joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
In a world of Lane Kiffins, be a Matt Campbell. And what is loyalty in today's college football world? We delve into it. It's the Emerging Podcast Scene, brought to you by Extend Technologies, xtendav.com.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Albert Breer coming up in just about 20 minutes. We got some things to talk about with Albert there. Maybe Shedeur Sanders, maybe Kevin Stefansky. A piece of sound we're about to play here in just a few minutes. We got Albert coming up at 5:20. We've got Lance Risland, Cleveland.com coming up at 6 as well. He's got a take on why the defense played the way they did on Sunday. Very excited to hear that from Coach. But as mentioned, Albert Breer will join us in 20 minutes here as we lead off The Lead on the MMQB podcast this week. He talked about Kevin Stefansky's desire to stay with the Browns after the season.
I think the Giants might hire him. I think there'd be opportunity for him right away. I think he's still really well thought of in NFL circles. The one thing that would be really frustrating for me if I were a coach there is you've been trying to make decisions for football reasons and no one will accept them. I can tell you, just knowing the amount of people that I know there, that the quarterback situation was handled this year over the last 6, 7, 8 months in a way that was based solely on how the guys were performing in practice, solely on how ready the guys were to play. It makes him look bad now because Shedeur played really well. You know what I mean? Like in this particular game. We'll see what it looks like next week. But if you're Kevin and you are making all of these decisions for football reasons, and you've made a lot of other decisions over the years for football reasons, and they're constantly second guessed this way and everything turns into a circus, would you be sick of it?
Oh, 100%. I would want to be so out of there.
Well, at least we can agree that Connor did not always speak this way.
No, he didn't.
That was a Gottlieb. You're doing your Gottlieb voice, but it's kind of how it sounded like.
I'm Connor Orr, and I wouldn't want to be the Browns head coach.
But we can at least agree that Stefansky doesn't look good based off of Shedeur on Sunday, and so maybe that's the starting point with Albert. An understanding that we're not going to be able to wax anything in a positive direction for Kevin off of the Shedeur awesome game.
It's like the idea, like the first listen that we had on that, I was like, is Kevin mad because Shedeur's good? Like, does he feel upstaged because Shedeur looks really good and played this year and he looks better than the guy he drafted in Dylan Gabriel? Because that's not a good look.
Well, I would imagine around the front offices of the Browns, it's not like they don't know what happened in this situation. So like amongst your peers, you kind of do seem like you don't really have a clue.
Yeah, and then, but by the way, I don't know why you should care. Shedeur's playing good football. He just had a great game. The best game of any quarterback for the Browns since 2023 and Joe Flacco in that last 5-game stretch.
Well, I think if you didn't
just revel in that.
I think if you didn't have an ego, Nick, you wouldn't care.
No. We cannot say. Listen,
is that
we
right?
would say.
Is that how that works?
Many things. He's basically the Pope when it comes to, does he have an ego, does he not have an ego?
Just interesting. John Fanta, NBC Sports, joined us last hour. He went off on Kevin Stefansky and his decision-making, and the Browns lost to the Titans.
You can't call that play there. Keep the ball in the guy who got you 350 yards. Keep the ball in his hand. And they just continue to try to outthink, outsmart, outdo, and all they're doing is losing. That was a joke. The head coach no longer is capable of being the head coach of this football team. He has cost this team games. He has lost his ability to win. I really thought that he was a solid NFL head coach, and I wouldn't be shocked if some other NFL team ends up hiring him. I don't know how it'll go. I don't care. I care about the Browns. But you can't defend him anymore. I don't care how the last 4 games goes. The time is up. It's time for change. It's time for a new regime.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday when we talked about Kevin, or a week ago when we talked about Kevin, or when I've heard national media members, they're like, 2-time coach of the year, as if they don't understand how hollow that sounds, talking about something that, again, doesn't actually have anything to do with reality. It's a award voted on by people who do not watch every single Browns game. That was nice. It had a nice moment. That the importance of that in relative to how good of a coach you are has been disproven over the last couple of years. Kevin looks defeated on the sidelines, watching Shedeur play good football. I can only take what I can from that. And certainly The Browns have 6 wins in 2 years. That's like at some point, media members who aren't acknowledging that as part of the evaluation of Kevin Stefansky aren't acknowledging reality.
I think it's interesting that he's getting it's almost what's happening with Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh, where Tomlin's getting the favorable Andy Reid comp, and Stefanski's getting it as well, as if like a new set of circumstances, you get to reset, everything will be awesome, and then you can just go off and go ahead and get your second chapter. But I'm ready for it to happen, and I don't care if he goes to the Giants, if he goes to the Titans, doesn't really matter to me. Ultimately, I don't think it's going to be wildly successful one way or another.
On the Nightcap podcast, Shannon Sharpe in Ocho Cinco said the Browns aren't setting Shedeur up for success by starting him for the final 4 games.
I really hate to feel this way, but a part of me is like, yeah, we're going to let him start the rest of the season. Oh, Bears, Bills, Steelers, Bengals. If I'm Shedeur, I'm like, nah, I'm good. I already showed y'all what I can do. Put Dylan in there.
I want him to play against the Bears. I want him to play against the Bills. I want him to play against the Steelers because I want him to show that I'm a competent quarterback.
But this is not a mistake. They picked these games today. Why couldn't you name his ass the starter 3 games ago? Why was it week to week? You know what? Every time he don't want to answer a question, he always say, well, I don't want to get into that. Because they asked him before, is Shedeur going to start? Well, I don't want to get into that. Let's look at the film and all that. Bro, you know.
I mean, technically it was 3 games ago, but that's neither here nor there. I agree with Ocho Cinco in this one. I think that's a ridiculous take by Shannon Sharpe. I called it one of the dumbest takes I've ever heard. I stand by it. If you're Shedeur, this is what you've been waiting for. You've been scratching and clawing to get this opportunity. You wouldn't now say, I'm done. I'm not going to play. What kind of thinking is that?
Yeah, the defense of Shannon on this one has been, he was trolling you guys. At no point did he give any of the actual signs he was trolling. He
not
meant
at all.
He meant it. And the reality is, you make Shedeur... Okay, if that's how you think about Shedeur, you're not giving this kid credit enough for how tough he really is. And something that I think, like, guys, we love... If a quarterback plays great, we're going to back him no matter who they are, right? That was the crux of the Deshaun Watson thing. The second that dude would have thrown for 5,000 yards, 50 touchdowns, and won you a Super Bowl, the Browns were banking on you just being like, well, he's good at football. Screw it. But the other thing, when it comes down to just like how we relate to players, if you're tough, if you're gritty, if you're a gamer, man, I got to tell you, this town will back you. I mean, hell, we've turned a lot of good players into great players in our minds because they were just tough and played hard, like Shedeur did on Sunday. Right? We made Matthew Dellavedova look to be the 6th man of all the ages. He's just a good rotational player, but he played the way that fit this town.
Tim Tebow was on with Baskin and Phelps today. He was asked if he can relate to Shedeur Sanders and the situation in Cleveland.
One of the really important things is, first of all, he's got a really strong support system, and that really matters. I think especially when you get a lot of praise and a lot of criticism. And I just think my encouragement is you can't control who speaks about you, but you can control who speaks into you. And to have those right voices, trusted voices that aren't yes people, but are loved ones and wise counsel and people that care about you to truly speak into you. And I think, so many people will say, I just ignore all the voices. Well, you can't, because it's just part of life. Like, you hear it. Like, you cannot not hear some of it. But the question is, are the other voices going to speak louder into your life? Being around him several times and his dad, I know he's got a good support system, and rooting for that young man.
I think the Tim Tebow mania, Shedeur mania, like the comps have been fair just because there's only so many athletes that have ever reached a certain height where they just generate some sort of reaction, good, bad, or otherwise, no matter what they do. And I think what's interesting is one of the reasons Shedeur fell in the pre-draft process was the advice he was getting around him. But since he's come to Cleveland, we just haven't gotten any indication that he's getting the bad advice.
Right, and I don't know if he's just able to block it out. I don't know the inner workings of all this. Obviously, he's just giving us no reason to think that any part of this has been a problem for him. But this is part of the reason, too, in the draft discussion. Everyone's like, if anybody could overcome this, if anybody could understand what it takes to be in the spotlight, your dad being Dion does make a difference in this equation. Like, that does prepare you in a way that even someone like Tim Tebow was just not prepared for.
Now we have waited many hours to get to this point. Albert Breer had comments about Kevin Stefansky on the MMQB podcast about his future. Would he maybe not want to be in Cleveland anymore? He certainly had some comments about Shedeur in the previous couple weeks here, previous couple months. We're just going to see how the conversation's going to go in about 5 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Fan.
Malachi for 92.3 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck.
The best fences for the best property, and you're in luck with Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck. Hey friends, Ken Carmen here for NEOFence.com. Aluminum, vinyl, custom wood, chain link fence, and so much more with a 5-year labor warranty on all new installs. NEOFence.com.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Of course, 5:20 Tuesday, synonymous on this show with our friend Albert Breer. And I want to play something from back in about halfway through November. This was Albert on the MMQB podcast. Now, we had him on the previous week after Shedeur finally got into the game. Albert kind of gave us a hard time. It
was after the Ravens game.
Yeah, it was after the Ravens game. And here was Albert on his podcast.
I went from the annoyance stage to the amusement stage.
I think
I'm kind of enjoying it now. You know what I mean? Like all these people, like I was on Cleveland radio earlier this week, and I've done radio with these guys forever, and they're awesome. And, but like it almost became a sport for me, like the 20 minutes I was on with my guy Nick, and like where I was like shooting down everything he said. You know what I mean? I was like, and it was the easiest thing in the world. It was just like, what other 5th round pick have you ever talked about like this?
Ever?
No. Like, do you know who the Browns' 5th round pick was 3 years ago? Can you remember? Like, how would that guy normally be developed?
Richard LeCount, he sucked. Now, Albert Breer joins us on the fan hotline. Albert, welcome back to the show, friend. Let's talk about a 5th round pick, huh?
Hey guys, what's up? Yeah, no, I own everything I say. You guys know that. I'm notorious for some people on this show, I guess now. My clips have been doing great online, it looks like, though, right?
I mean, you got...
Oh, definitely.
Many people like what you've had to say, and some didn't like what you had to say. So I'm just curious.
Yeah.
It is one game. What'd you think about Shedeur on Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's, like, consistently getting better. Like, that's the best thing you can say. And, like, I think you see instincts. I think you see, a talent level. Now, again, this isn't like a Josh Allen or anything like that we're talking about, but I do think, like, he looks to me more talented than Dylan Gabriel, so that's showing up. And I do think, like, there's a feel out there that's, maybe, like, I don't know, like, I've gone back and forth on this a bunch because, you go back and you think about, like, okay, like, what do you miss in practice, and what could the coaches and the front office people, what could they have missed in practice? And, I think back to, I think back to Jimmy Garoppolo. Right, and this was 11 years ago now. And Jimmy Garoppolo looked objectively awful in training camp. I actually had a laugh with him about this, back a few weeks ago or a couple months ago. And it was like they took this guy in the 2nd round, and then they put him in a preseason game, and no one expected anything. I was like, oh, well, that looked pretty good. And then they put him in another preseason game. It's like, that looks better. And it was just after the next, to the point where he got like the nickname in New England, Game Time for Buffalo, because it didn't look right in the practice and it didn't look right in camp. And then when the lights came on, he had a way of kind of rising to the occasion. And I wonder if there's a little bit of that with Shedeur, where, look, like you put a lot of rookies in these situations, and, like, that straight line that you want them to be on starts to shake. And I don't get that sense at all with Shedeur. And I'm sure part of that is, like, being who he is and having the father he's had and having played under a great deal of pressure his entire life, being Deion's son. So you do get that sense that he's got a good feel for the game. And, I think it's gotten better week over week. So, this is what we said at the start when he got in there was, like, he keeps earning his opportunities, and, now he's done enough to be the starter the rest of the year. So you get a more full evaluation on him, and we'll see what they think at the end of the season. It's still hard for me to imagine, like, some sort of scenario where he's the quarterback for 26, but, certainly he's created more opportunity for himself at the very least.
Yeah, the only thing I would say about, like, the Garoppolo comp is that it's like we were there in training camp and we watched him be much better than Dylan was then. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be different if like we left these training camps being like, oh my gosh, he looks nowhere close to as good as Dylan Gabriel. Like everyone that was there, and then Nick and I were both there for a lot of days. We're like, well, he looked much better than Dylan this day. But like they kept going back to the idea that it was all things we couldn't quantify and things we couldn't see, and it was all these other things like he was behind as far as being able to diagnose plays, etc.
Operation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think like that part of it is really, I mean, look, like we've talked about this a lot, right? That part of it's really important. And I know fans don't want to pay attention to that. Some reporters ignore it. But the reality of that is like if your quarterback has catching up to do on the operational part of it, then that's going to limit what you can do with the other 10 guys in the huddle. And like I think that piece of it can be an underrated thing where, like, look, like as a coach, like you can be okay with scaling back to accommodate who the quarterback is. That's a hard thing to do, though, because of what it might mean for the other 10 guys in the huddle. So there are things like that, like where, and look, like I was there for one day in the summer. You know what I mean? Like, so my information is based on like who I'm talking to and everything else, and that's the way it is for me with 32 teams. And look, like what I told you guys, if you go back, like I think I told you guys before the draft, there's a chance he slipped out of the first round. That was based on what people thought around the league of him. And I told you guys in the spring and the summer that he was behind, and that I thought like he would wind up behind Dylan Gabriel on the depth chart when the season began, which that happened too. But credit to him, like he's worked his tail off and he's caught up, and he's got himself into a position where, I mean, he can't go out there and run an offense the way that Joe Flacco can. That's impossible to ask a rookie to do that. You know what I mean? But, evidently he can do enough to have the coaches comfortable to put him in there and for it to be good enough to allow for the other 10 guys to perform at a good enough level.
I think what I struggle with, Albert, is that, we heard, and I know now the framing is from a lot of folks, well, he was, Dylan was just more NFL ready. But I look at it and I think, well, if a guy's more NFL ready, but he's ready to be a backup, and, could you have used all of the reps? I mean, you got to, Dylan was getting first-team reps at the start of camp. He was getting first-team reps in practice. He was all the way. Even when Joe Flacco was the starting quarterback, he was getting first-team reps during practice during the week. And then I watched him go out there, and I never saw anything that looked like a starting quarterback, whereas I'm now 3 games into the Shedeur experience, and I've seen it might just be a game, but I've seen that. So how can I not then look at this and then go to Kevin Stefansky or to Andrew Berry or the leadership and go, how can I trust your evaluation of quarterbacks going forward? Because it feels like you've almost wasted half a season with Dylan Gabriel.
It's a fair question to ask. I think a couple points, all right? Like, I think the first thing is the idea of first-team reps. Dylan really wasn't getting very many in the summer either. I mean, for the most part, it was like, let's get Joe Flacco ready to go. Those guys were getting mixed in with different groups in the spring. And so their evaluation and how they split the reps up in the summer was based on the competition for the spring, from the spring. And that really was without, I mean, I said to you guys then, Joe Flacco got a first-round bye, right? Flacco didn't get as many reps with the starters back in the spring because they wanted to get a look at the other 3 guys. Those 3 guys, were ranked based off of merit going into training camp, and then in training camp they got the reps that were there. But even like based on that, like it wasn't very many reps at all that were going to anybody else but Joe Flacco for the breadth of training camp. And when Kenny Pickett got hurt, Dylan Gabriel ate up some of those based on what they had done in the spring. So I just don't know what other way there is to do it. Like if the coaches see it, the players see it, and like one kid's ahead of the other, just as far as picking up the offense and being able to operate and have everybody do their job in a practice setting at the best level you possibly can in the summer to get them ready to play in the season. And then you just throw another kid out there because it's like, oh, I think he has something. That's a good way for the veterans to look at you sideways. So that's first piece of it is like just, I think like the idea of first team reps, there weren't very many to go around. I think Dylan had earned that based on where he was in the spring coming out of college and then going into the summer. And then I think the second piece of it, where I think it is fair, is like, this is what happens when you put 4 people in your quarterback room. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that's really where you can criticize them and saying, like, okay, even if you don't think Shedeur was a third-round pick, could you have used that third-round pick on somebody else? Dylan would have been gone. There were teams that were ready to take Dylan high in the 4th round. I can tell you the Dolphins were one of them. And then just take Shedeur in the 5th round, and then you got 3 guys in the quarterback room instead of 4, and 2 of them are veterans, so you can get Shedeur some of those reps. So, I think there's a couple different ways to look at this. But I don't know. The idea that there was something nefarious going on here is crazy to me.
See, I actually,
everybody wants to win.
Real quick, Albert, the funny thing is, I think the sabotage thing, I don't think a lot of reasonable people were leaning into that. I think there's a difference between sabotage and just not and basically disproportionately. Yes, exactly.
That's what it is. It's a misevaluation. Yeah. But it's a critical misevaluation.
And I think that's fair. And I will say this to you guys: like, I was very critical of Shedeur before the draft in a way other people weren't. I got killed for it, right? Okay, so I told you what the league thought of him, and like, I think that got proven out over draft weekend. That's fair, right? Like that, like where I was coming from, I think kind of reflected where the league was on him. Okay. I also would tell you that the league, I think, was a little higher than I even knew on Dylan Gabriel. However, them being higher than I knew on Dylan Gabriel and Dylan Gabriel going over Shedeur Sanders wasn't a result I saw coming based on all of the calls that I made over the course of however many weeks leading up to the draft. And I just tell you, like, the comps that I was getting on those 2 guys sort of reflect what you're saying. And I think this is where you can be critical of the Browns, right? Like, the comps I was getting on Dylan Gabriel were poor man's Tua, Chase Daniel. It was like that versus with Shedeur, it was more Geno Smith, Teddy Bridgewater, guys who were starters but weren't, like, great starters in the league. You know what I mean? So, like, I just think, like, I think that's where you can say yes. Like, the evaluation, like, even though Shedeur wasn't as good a prospect as most people thought in the eyes of NFL people, and Dylan was a better prospect than people thought in the eyes of NFL people, I would say most NFL people probably still had Shedeur ahead of Dylan. So I think you can criticize the Browns' evaluation there.
Do you feel like Stefansky would prefer a clean slate, a fresh start somewhere else?
That's a tricky question. I think, like, I think he likes the people that he works with. I think this is just my opinion. I think he likes working with the Haslams. I think he's got a good working relationship with them. I think, obviously he and Andrew Berry have a good rapport. I just think so much has happened in the last 6 years. I think it is fair to ask that question, is this the right mix to go forward with? Based on, like, the history that everybody has together. You went through the Baker thing together, the decision-making on Baker, which Baker, clearly Baker would have been a better answer at quarterback. You wind up making the trade for Deshaun Watson. Clearly that was a mistake. And you had this core of players that I think was very clearly a playoff caliber core. And because of the mess at quarterback, the chance that core of players had of really competing at the highest level was completely undermined, right? So that's your history right now. So how do you come out of that? But that doesn't mean, like, the people can't work together or there aren't good people. But, like, I think when that's your history, your working history with someone, like, it can be a little bit difficult to come out of that. So I think that's something that everybody's going to have to evaluate at the end of the year.
Albert,
Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. No, it certainly, because I think there are some fans who would feel like there's just too much water under the bridge, whether it's with Stefansky or Berry in general. I think what's interesting, and you've been all over this, that that Kevin is still very well thought of around the league. And there's this perception that Kevin really hasn't had maybe the final say in these proceedings, whether it's Baker or Deshaun or Shedeur. And what I struggle with is when it comes to it, he's kind of like the Teflon Don. Like, 6 wins in the last 2 years doesn't really stick to him. The Deshaun thing didn't really stick to him. The Baker decision didn't really stick to him, right? Like, none of the negative things that have happened in Cleveland have stuck to him. And yet, if you are part of an organization that goes along with it, on some level, you have to be accountable for the failures of the last 6 years. I think that's what I struggle with.
And I guess in some ways, it's like sort of the benefit of working for an organization that has the history the Browns do, which is like people will look at your failures, and if they think you're a good, smart coach or a good, smart GM, they'll chalk it up to, well, everyone fails there. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, I think we've seen that in the past, where, people will be with an organization that has had this sort of track record that the Browns have, and they'll be able to maintain a level of respect. It was a good example of it is Todd Bowles, right? So Todd Bowles, had the 4 years as head coach of the Jets, and a lot of people looked at, what happened in New York. It's like, oh, well, that's just Woody Johnson. That was a mess. And he wound up getting a second shot. A lot of most defensive coaches don't get second shots at being a head coach. But a lot of people looked at the situation Bowles was in with the Jets, he won 10 games that 1 year, and look at what he had to overcome to do it. And, sure enough, Bowles gets a second shot with Tampa. So I would sort of look at Stefansky that way, is that, I do think some people look at it and say, well, he made the playoffs twice. He overcame a lot to do that. You know what I mean? And so whether that's fair or not, I do think it's part of the equation when people are looking at Kevin and his track record. And I do think, look, I'm not the first person to say this to you guys. I don't think he'd be unemployed for very long if the Browns fired him.
All right, Albert, let me ask you which is more plausible after that report over the weekend about Deshaun Watson and potentially not only being on the roster next season, potentially even getting some starting opportunities next year. Shedeur's the starter week 1 in 2026. Deshaun Watson's the starter in week 1 of 2026. Or the Browns draft a quarterback in the top 5 for 2026.
I think they could have a veteran who's not on the roster right now, to be honest with you. I think I've said this to you guys pretty consistently. I still don't think the Browns starter for next year is on the roster right now. Now maybe he is. Maybe it's Watson. Maybe it's Shedeur. Would the Browns entertain a trade for Deshaun Watson and eat some of the money to try to buy a draft pick? We've seen them do creative things like that in the past. You guys can remember the Brock Osweiler trade where, money was sort of used as a commodity in that trade. And so, it wouldn't shock me if one of those two or both of them are in the mix next year, but I would be surprised if they're the only two in the mix, if that makes sense. I don't see a scenario where it's Deshaun versus Shedeur for the starting job, and it's just as hard for me to envision a scenario where they just head into the offseason and say, yes, this guy is our starter for next year. Although there is precedent for it, by the way, guys. I've talked a lot about Shedeur's draft status. Washington did do that 1 year with Sam Howell. Sam Howell was a fifth-round pick, if you guys remember, out of North Carolina. So it's not like that hasn't happened before. It would just surprise me at this juncture.
Albert, 44-year-old Phil Rivers, unretiring to play potentially with the Colts there. Will you unretire, cash in some of that eligibility, maybe try and get some NIL to an Ohio State title run?
Oh, what do we mean? What would I do? Unretire from what? Unretire from playing high school football poorly?
I didn't know if you're going to go back to the lantern. I didn't know if maybe a little walk-on action here. If Phil Rivers can do it with pros, I think you can do it with college kids.
I unretired from playing Beirut over the weekend at the Big Ten title game in Indianapolis. Does that count?
That's pretty good.
I think that's a pretty good way to go.
Yeah, and I will say, we crashed an Indiana tailgate and I hit the last cup, beat their ass in Beirut. And they had some really weird rules too, just so you guys know. I don't know what's going on over there, but it was far from regulation. But we beat them with their rules. And you know, I may have been me and my buddy Seiko might have been significantly older than the group we beat.
It's
Michael Jordan. It's like Michael Jordan and the Wizards, you know.
It's Indiana. They support inbreeding over there. Albert, be great, buddy.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Albert Breer there, MMQB, on the fan hotline. Very civilized conversation there. We'll react to what Albert had to say about the Browns and Shedeur in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The Browns have put Ethan Posick and Jerome Ford on injured reserve. Posick's done for the season after tearing his Achilles on Sunday, and Ford's dealing with a shoulder injury. The team side center Darian Dalcourt and defensive tackle Keith Cooper Jr. to practice squad. The Colts are getting some backup QB help with 44-year-old Phillip Rivers coming out of retirement to join the Colts practice squad. Rivers last played for the Colts in the 2020 season. Indy lost their starting QB Daniel Jones for the season with a ruptured Achilles. MLB executives are busy in Orlando for the week for the baseball winter meetings. Some big signings today. The Phillies and power hitter Kyle Schwarber.
Nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
During the week, you talk about 2-point plays in total, plays that you like in those moments. And obviously, the first one we didn't get off exactly how we wanted to. The second one didn't get off how we wanted to.
The Kevin Stefansky Show, Thursday night at 7. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I think he's consistently getting better. That's the best thing you can say. And I do think he looks to me more talented than Dylan Gabriel. So that's showing up. And I do think there's a feel out there. You go back and you think about what do you miss in practice, and what could the coaches, the front office, what could they have missed in practice? You do get that sense that he's got a good feel for the game. I think it's gotten better week over week. So this is what we said at the start when he got in there was he's earning his opportunities, and now he's done enough to be the starter the rest of the year. So you get a more full evaluation on him, and we'll see what they think at the end of the season. It's still hard for me to imagine some sort of scenario where he's the quarterback for 26, but certainly he's created more opportunity for himself at the very least.
I think that's about as much as you can expect Albert to move with, in really a 3-game stretch, but in certainly a 1-game stretch with how Shedeur played on Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. And the fun thing about this is, as it pertains to the Shedeur versus Dylan discussion, it's not even become much of a discussion because it's so, he made it one-sided. And what I've appreciated, at least, I thought Lyman did a good job with this. For some of the segment. And then I thought Albert did a good job too. The idea that, they were wrong about that. They were wrong for going as hard as they did in that respect. And I thought Albert gave a new wrinkle to it too. The idea that if all the draft evaluators and everyone across the league was saying, Shedeur comps out to, in his mind, a Teddy Bridgewater type or someone like that. And if Dylan Gabriel comps out to Chase Daniel, it's a different comp. And that's maybe where they were wrong in the evaluation.
Yeah, I mean, I also think he kind of went there that, the Browns were kind of wrong in their evaluation. And listen, I think the one thing that Albert said that I absolutely agree with is Sunday didn't change whether Shedeur will be the starter in 2026.
Right.
And the point of that is now that where we differ is, I saw enough in one game to think, man, if he does that 4 more times, that should be a real conversation.
Well,
right?
I think Albert would get there if he does it 4 more times. If he has 4 more games like that, I think you'd almost, I don't know how you couldn't get there.
Well, but I mean, I think Albert said, I have a hard time seeing them not going quarterback or a different quarterback.
That's because Albert doesn't believe that he's going to have that game 4 more times or anything close to that game 4 more times. I think that's where that comes in. I think Albert did it the right way in that there's an admittance of in the Dylan Gabriel versus Shedeur. All right, lost that convo, but I think he's thinking about the bigger picture side of this. And it didn't sound to me like Albert's convinced that Shedeur is going to be the next great part of the Browns roster and fix all the quarterback problems.
The only thing I'd say about the Teddy Bridgewater comp, I think physically they're very similar quarterbacks. I actually think Shedeur moves around better. And here's the other thing. Teddy didn't throw the ball around the yard the way Shedeur does. Teddy wasn't a playmaker. Teddy was a good college quarterback with some good physical traits. Maybe they're talking, just individual trait for trait. Shedeur definitely has more of just a natural make plays happen and a knack for that and understanding that I never saw with Teddy at Louisville or certainly in the bigs.
Well, so if you remember, the comps and the low end was the Teddy Bridgewater, Geno Smith comps that Albert's bringing up, but that was the low end of comps. The higher end was Jordan Love and Joe Burrow. Mm-hmm. So there was the point is that it wasn't. I don't remember the backup names that he said outside of Chase Daniels. I don't remember who he said. Who else did he say?
Oh, for Dylan?
Yeah, for Dylan.
Anytime somebody talks about Dylan, I just kind of check out.
It was
and it should be noted.
He brought up 3 backup names, and all I can think of is Chase.
I know I make a lot of jokes about Dylan because he's so tiny, but really, my problem with Dylan isn't about Dylan. It's the same thing with Deshaun at this point. My problem isn't with the human being. It's with the organization and their insistence in, just trust us.
Well, yeah,
the hell with that.
And where I've taken a lot out in Dylan in that regard is that I got so angry with people that would tell us that what we were seeing with our own eyeballs wasn't right.
Yeah.
And that's part of this conversation as well. And that's why I think it's interesting our perspective of it in being at training camp every day and watching how it was going down to then have even Albert suggest the Jimmy Garoppolo story of maybe he's just bad in practice and he's a gamer, which has become an obvious, so many people have moved to that as well. Guys, we were there every day. We told you guys as it was going on, this doesn't look good with Dylan. This is bad practices with Dylan. Meanwhile, Shedeur was completing passes left and right, and anybody that was there can tell you that. That's why every beat reporter that was there all has nice things to say about Shedeur, because they saw in practice and they saw with their two eyes what was going on.
Yeah, and the only thing that I think still left me wanting with the Albert interview specific to Shedeur is, the idea of, well, Shedeur wasn't ready in training camp. One, I watched Dylan. From the operational side, he might have been ready. From the football side, he wasn't ready. The moment was consistently too big for him. But two, how do you get a young player with upside ready? Simple. You give them practice reps, and you give them practice reps with the better players. Like that's as simple as that, and they didn't. And they did that for Dylan, who, as we saw, has a very, very, very limited ceiling. Lance Risland, Cleveland.com, joins us in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. Let's talk about
What are we doing on 2-point conversions? Our quarterback just marched us down twice and got us freaking touchdowns. And then all of a sudden, when we need that 2-point conversion, we do something cute. We're not a cute team. We should be lunch pail out there freaking just doing what we do. And instead, we're always trying to do something different. We're always trying to outthink them. This is not working.
Be a part of the conversation on the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Again, in case you missed it, coming up in about 40 minutes here. If we do not get more into some of the things Albert had to say, because there was pretty strong indication about maybe where Kevin Stefansky is with the Cleveland Browns, which kind of fits into all the other things we've heard. I don't know what more you needed to hear from Albert, but we'll try and get a little bit into that. If we don't, we'll certainly start tomorrow with it as well. But the Browns played well-ish, enough to win, competitive on Sunday, but they did take yet another loss. And in about a week's time, our next guest, there's going to be burgers.
What's the date on the burgers?
I believe it's Monday. Could be Monday or Tuesday. Now I'm going to try and... I think it's Monday.
Wait, can someone text me ahead of time and be like, hey, don't bring lunch today?
Probably, I'm not going to remember.
Coach will text me. He'll text me.
You know what? The problem is, well, he'll group text us.
Yeah, he's good.
That's what's going to happen. Now, there will be burgers because of a burger bet we had between each other. But this man knows football. He joins us every single Tuesday at 6. He's also not just a football guy. He's a hell of a guy, hell of a human being. Some are saying the best guy. Lance Risland,
so.
Coach Riz on the Fan Hotline. Coach, welcome to the show.
Hey, good evening, guys. What's going on?
Well, I started gloating about the whole winning the burger bet thing, and then I started feeling bad. That's a sign that you're. No, that's a sign that you're a really good dude,
my man. It's well earned.
I don't think I can. No. By the way, JP, real quick, what did you want me to jam him up on?
Oh no, man! You should have told me this like an hour ago that you were going to tell. Oh shoot! I totally forgot. I got. I think I got it. Did we get it at the same time? Is that what just happened there?
So, Coach.
We got it at the same time.
All right, no, reset it for me because I'm losing it now.
Okay, well, you guys have a disagreement on how Stefanski handled the 2-point conversion and the conversation afterwards, whereas Coach thought that showed a lot of accountability from Stefanski to basically fall on the sword. And where Coach is coming from here is that he hated Bubba Ventrone's answer from earlier last week and thought that basically Bubba had bus-tossed everybody, and that's not how coaches should be. You like that Stefanski fell on the sword. Nick, though, did not appreciate that approach and thought it should have gone a different direction. All right, go.
All right, so I think, Coach, he used, hey, it's on me, it's my job, as a deflection of the real question, which is why wasn't Shedeur on the field? He reframed the question to be about the 2-point conversion itself, meaning who called the play, rather than the most important part is why don't you think Shedeur should have been on the field for that?
Well, I'll say this. So first and foremost, the 2-point play, the non-kicking of the first one, I'm not really a big believer in that. I'm old school. I don't like to take the gloves off my guys, so let them fight it out. And when you do that as a coach, my dad always taught me, let the guys play. So that was the first thing. I didn't like that. However, the 2-point play, I have a much different version than everybody else. I actually think the 2-point play shows a little bit of coaching from Stefanski. Now, people are about to lose their mind, but let me explain. So they have had tremendous success with the Wildcat and the things they've done out of the Wildcat, but they haven't done much besides fake the jet sweep and run power or run that little duo where Jenkins runs to his left. That's kind of what they've done over the last 4 or 5 weeks. Now, as a coach, you go in, and the first thing I will say is those 2-point plays are in on Monday of that week. Those guys are doing that Monday and Tuesday. That's their plan. Now, the problem is with coaches, and some of the issues with coaches is that they're based on numbers, especially nowadays, numbers and analytics more than they are on feel. And I always feel like the best coaches have a combination of both. So what ends up happening is they work on those 2-point plays all week. Now, for me, I'm all about that. It showed me that they prepared. That was their option off of what they've been doing very well. They self-scouted. They did a very good job. They executed like crap. There's no doubt about that. That I will say. The problem is for me is with feel. It goes back to, like I always use this example of Cooper Kupp and Stafford in the Super Bowl. You knew where he's getting it. and it didn't matter what the play call was. He was throwing it to Cooper Kupp. And when you have a quarterback who's cooking, if you have a quarterback who's on fire, and you have a tight end who's a really tough cover for the opponent, sometimes you got to go off script. Sometimes you got to go off script and say, you know what, I'm giving it to my guys who are playing right now. That's very hard for Kevin Stefanski. That's very hard for these NFL coaches, not just him, because they stick to the situational plan. Third down, it's the left hash, it's the third quarter, et cetera, et cetera. It's just really hard. But the play call, I didn't mind the play call, and I didn't think the play call was cute. If they practice it, trick plays aren't trick plays if you practice them. They're plays. And so it was the execution, and it was the idea if you took the ball out. But I don't think they really took it out of his hand saying, you can't do it. It was more of, this is what we said we're doing on Monday.
What other starting quarterback in the NFL would they have pulled off the field for a wildcat formation?
Well, once again, I'm talking about what the Browns have done. So I don't think any, and I don't think the Browns would do that now. But I think Shedeur has showed enough going into this game where they wanted to take some things off his plate. And I will tell you, when you hold the ball, I think that was one of his issues. And even though he's doing fantastic, and I have nothing but positive to say about him in this game, down in that red zone, down in that 2-point area, it's a really tight window in there. And you hold on the ball, maybe. And once again, you overthink it as coaches, but I'm not comparing it to everybody else because I agree with you. Most people don't do that, but they've had success. And when Fanning went under center last week, people said, hey, they got to get in that wildcat. They've had success with that and all those kind of things. So once again, the call it is what it is. I thought the idea of what they were trying to do, I liked. The execution was poor, and you didn't take into account that your quarterback who was cooking and a tight end they couldn't cover, you didn't let them make the play. You didn't let them win or lose it for you. That would be my thought on the 2-point play.
Okay, again, great thought, but you guys didn't address what the real fight was, which is how Stefanski handled the post-game commentary.
All right, so what did you got? What did he? Oh, because he said.
Because he basically used Tommy. Hey, I'm not going to throw Tommy Reese under the bus. Instead of answering the damn question, why don't you trust Shedeur, or why did you think it was smart to pull the quarterback off the field at that point?
See, I don't think it was trust. I really don't, and I know it looks like that, and it may have been, but for me, it's not trust. I think of it as, hey, this is what we've done in the red zone, and all these coaches, like I said, that sheet they're looking at. Second down, third down. 2-point plays go in all year. 2-point plays go in, and 2-point plays are built off what you've had success with down in that area. So that's kind of where they went with that. Now, I don't think it had anything to do with taking Shedeur off the field in terms of I don't trust him. The problem is that I have is that, first of all, the execution wasn't very good. Secondly, I just didn't like the fact that they took the ball out of the guy who was cooking at that time. Now, in terms of what Stefanski said, I make the calls. That's exactly what a coach does. That's exactly what a head coach does. Me and JP were talking about it on Sunday. That's exactly whether it's your fault, whether you have no idea. That's why you get paid the big money. That's why you're in charge. It all rolls downhill into your mouth, and that's what I liked about Stefanski.
Just not like those burgers, Coach.
He didn't throw anybody else under the bus. It was all on him, and I know people don't like his responses, but the response that Bubba gave the week before, that hit a nerve for me because there's kind of we all have issues within a staff when we're coaching, but we all got to be on the same page. Enough people don't like you when you're a coach. Enough people question what you do. We have to be on the same page, and as the head coach, you take it for everyone. That's why you're in that seat.
All right, Coach. What was your evaluation of you've been critical over the past couple weeks. It was a big day for Shedeur. In particular, I would imagine you liked the cleaned up, footwork, but what did you see that you liked? What did you see that can stay?
Oh, I tell you what, his footwork, credit to him and credit to Coach Stefanski and Tommy Reese, because they're all a part of it. They're all a part of when things go wrong, but they're also part of when things go right. So I thought Shedeur was absolutely outstanding. I thought his footwork, the things he struggled with, couple of the plays that he made, obviously the touchdown, but a couple of the checkdowns that he made, a couple of the throwaways that you could see him working on. The footwork on the touchdown pass to Judy, absolutely stunning. The ball to Njoku, absolutely outstanding. But what I like was his poise, his tempo, his rhythm. You and I talked about on Sunday. When you see him when he's in rhythm and he's not dancing around and stopping and starting, how successful he can be. I also like the fact that he is taking ownership of kind of everything that's happening. And when they were down, the game was over. It wasn't over for him. And that's what kind of like quarterbacks like him, they do. They kind of lift their teammates. So I have been very critical, and I like to say critical in terms of just being honest, but I thought he was outstanding. And the things that he's working on and needs work on, He's cleaning that up in just a short period of time. It hasn't been 3 weeks. This is 2 or 3 days. This has been about 9 days of actually working on the field, because that's what you have in football. You have 2 or 3 work days a week. So he has been very impressive in what he's done. And obviously, if you're a Browns fan, if you're a football guy and you like football, you got to say the kid did fantastic. That was an outstanding performance by him.
All right, Coach, what's going on with the defense?
All right, so I worked a lot on that today in terms of what happened. Well, the Browns lost the edge, and what I mean by that is that out by the tight end, or that 6-8 hole we like to say, where the tight end is. And here's what the Titans had a great plan. They either put 2 tight ends, so they had 4 guys over there, and Miles was lining up on the 3rd guy, and they were just blocking him down. Now, when you block him down, that means you don't have a guy outside, so your edge has to be set by a linebacker, which is really hard to do. That's the first thing they did. So they just outflanked the Browns. Next thing they did was, when they had a 2-man side, they let Miles rush up the field because they said, we can't block this guy normal, so we're going to let him rush up field. So they ran where they almost pass set him and then ran a wide zone with everybody else and let the tackle just kind of ride him out. Super innovative by the offensive coordinator. Defensive tackles did not play very well. Michael Hall does not play the run very well. That was the other issue of it. He jumping in gaps. You have to be, as a defensive tackle, you got to kind of be boring and take up blockers. He didn't do a very good job of that. And then when you don't set the edge, those linebackers who are always so good, they move forward first. And if you don't set the edge, they have too far to go when you get to the outside, and then they get cutbacks and all that kind of stuff. So it was, they lost the edge is the generic thing is they lost the edge. But there was a bunch of reasons for it, including a really good game plan. Now, for me, what does Schwartz do this week? Because this is a copycat league, so the Bears are going to do a lot of the same things this week. What is his answer to something that's really kind of tough in this defense? If you don't set the edge, you're in trouble.
I just think the Malik Collins injury was so much. We didn't talk enough about it, Coach.
Oh, you know what? You're absolutely right. And when you see it inside, so especially when they go to the outside and they cut it back in, the reason that Schlesinger and Bush and these guys can make those tackles is because Malik Collins is kind of occupying the guards in the centers, and when you're the guard in the center, and when that happens, you let those guys run free. But if you don't do your job and kind of, that goes back to what we were talking about with Mason Graham. A lot of time what Mason Graham does, for example, on the sack, he had that sack for Miles because he took 2. And that's the same thing in the run game. He has to, those defensive tackles, they got to kind of be boring sometimes, and they just got to eat blockers. And when you don't, you see what happens. And I agree with you. The loss of Malik Collins was absolutely huge. But like Shelby Harris didn't play like he normally does. He's usually pretty good against the run. He wasn't very good. Michael Hall has never been good against the run, so he's got to work on that. And then obviously they did some cool things against Miles that they're going to have to adjust to.
Coach, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. All in good fun. You the man.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, the 22nd is the time. 22nd burgers are coming. Well earned. I'm looking forward to it. I will send the link soon, and you guys can get your order ready.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, it's customize our order. We're not just getting like a random
extra bacon, double cheese,
37 patties.
I was listen. I'm not that kind of guy.
Stack it to the moon, Coach.
36, maybe 6, 7. Coach, you're great, buddy. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. We'll see you guys soon. JPC Sunday, buddy.
He really wanted to hop in on that 6-7 action.
He likes it. It's one of his favorite things.
No, that's why. Like that's Coach and I are simpatico with that. When people our age are like, I'm like, guys, we had stuff like that too. It's just kids being kids having fun.
That's all.
Like a lot of things that our generation did that they don't do, and they might actually be ahead of us in life. It's good. I need more of an endorsement on 6-7 from you.
I don't know that I have it. I'm not out on 6-7. Okay, no, that's it. I'm out on 6-7.
Yeah,
I've been for a while. For being honest about it, I've been for a while.
We'll react to Coach and what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, Nick Wilson here, and I've got a tip. If a kitchen remodel is on your radar, skip the stress, skip the sticker shock, and go see my friend.
the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing them when we cut down the Christmas tree.
We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Get the latest of Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability, as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
In case you missed it, coming up in just about 20 minutes here, Nick and JP back with you. Big Weege overtime with Jake Volnick coming up later on tonight as well. But we had Albert Breer on at 5:20. And one of the things we asked him about was, there have been a couple reports about Kevin Stefansky and, the idea that he could get hired right away if the Browns fired him. He'd be a, prime candidate if the Browns fired him. And we followed up on Albert talking on his own podcast, the MMQB podcast, that maybe Kevin feels like things have run their course. JP asked short, sweet, and to-the-point question just on that. Has maybe Kevin Stefansky feel like he may rather not be here anymore? Here's what Albert had to say.
I think he likes the people that he works with. I think, this is just my opinion, I think he likes working with the Haslams. I think he's got a good working relationship with them. I think, obviously he and Andrew Berry have a good rapport. I just think so much has happened in the last 6 years. I think it is fair to ask that question, is this the right mix to go forward with based on the history that everybody has together? The chance that core of players had of really competing at the highest level is completely undermined, right? So that's your history right now. So how do you come out of that? But that doesn't mean the people can't work together or there aren't good people. But I think when that's your history, your working history with someone, it can be a little bit difficult to come out of that. So I think that's something that everybody's going to have to evaluate at the end of the year.
So pretty much confirms everything that we've heard, that it does sound like Kevin just would, if there was a fresh start opportunity, Kevin would welcome it.
Well, what is interesting out of that to me is the idea that it's just been too much failure to possibly, in that building, I guess maybe almost have faith that the other person could trust each other and that the collaborative effort could make its way on. What are you doing over there?
Trying to
I never get thrown off.
Something.
I never get thrown off. I got very thrown off there.
Sorry.
You went to every pocket 6 times.
Sorry, I was looking for something.
But then I didn't know if it was looking for something in your pocket.
Yeah, I was.
Or if
You got me busted.
Was the chair breaking?
I
really didn't know what was happening.
Just ADHD'd out. I was listening. I promise I was listening. I just was fidgeting.
But it was I'm doing the motion, which is awful for radio right now. But it was. So I was genuinely worried.
These things,
you lost something.
These nail clippers I have were stabbing me.
Nail clippers,
and they were stabbing me in the side.
But you were moving like you were being stabbed.
Yes,
but then you couldn't convince yourself which side was actually being stabbed.
No. I was trying to move my pants around, and you just didn't see the other hand. So it was very embarrassing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you got embarrassed.
No. It took me out of my element. I deserve to be called out on it. So, Kevin Stefansky, huh?
Yeah, let's get back to Stefansky.
Clip these nails here.
You're going to clip them now. Okay. That's good. Yeah. I almost asked,
I don't know what the hell that is.
Throw those over here. But then I was like, that's a weird thing to share.
Also realize there's some leftover popcorn from Andy and Jeff earlier today that somehow has stayed in the middle of the desk.
You can't just toss.
You just meant so high.
You threw it behind yourself.
You went Mickey Mouse there.
You threw behind yourself like you're making a wish.
Yeah, I did. I wished it was out of my damn face.
In the Ken Carman studio, we don't do that around here.
I think we do.
I
think. I'll pick it up later.
He's just out here littering left and right. I don't know.
That's not littering if you're private.
I mean, it was the trash can's right there.
I thought I was going to make it.
It couldn't be.
I thought it was. I misjudged. I misjudged the weight.
An attempt at the trash can.
I misjudged the weight.
That was not an attempt at the trash can.
I didn't even look at the trash can
because I know where it is.
It's back there until I said it.
I absolutely do. I was Mr. Perfecting it.
You're not even aiming towards it right now.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. I'm looking at where you're aiming, and I'm looking at.
Well, no, okay. Let me adjust to where I was.
Yeah, there we go. That would have been better. The no look.
Yeah, that's what I was going
for. You
for.
just tossed that without a care in the world. Some janitor's going to clean this up, not me. Boom. Oh, please, are you cutting your nails down?
So, Kevin Stefansky, huh?
Stefansky's cooked. I mean, there's no other way around it. The man is cooked.
I just think what's funny about it is I continue to come back to it's tough for me to believe. I buy that there's been too much failure. I do. There's been too much failure for me to keep watching Kevin Stefansky be my head coach. I get that, right? I just think the idea that Kevin, who knows how precious these jobs are, how few and far between.
Yeah.
How he still, because the risk here is, okay, sure, everyone thinks he might get the head coaching job. Sure. And if he doesn't, okay, then you start the waiting. So the idea that you would leave a sure thing, or that you'd be more inclined to leave a sure thing than try and, I don't know, sustain a rebuild is wild to me.
Well, no, but isn't this the time where he's basically, what he's doing is putting himself out there to see if the sure thing can basically materialize before he actually does get fired?
Oh, no, I think that's fair.
Like, this is the big grandstand. This is, hey, so those Giants rumors, what are the Giants actually saying about me? Let's see. Wow, do Titans host, they really think that there'd be dancing in the street if Tennessee hired me? What is Tennessee? This is all one big theater play. And again, it's probably why he's checked out during these games, or at least seems like he's checked out during these games, because he's too busy trying to go ahead and jockey for another job at this point.
I think I was actually texting Albert with this after our interview, just making sure we were cool. Want to make sure I didn't go too far. I thought we were fine, but you never know. And I was texting him, and I said something equivalent to, between Shedeur and Stefansky's future, this is as interesting as the Browns have been in a lost season, where it isn't just everyone's for sure fired.
Well, yeah.
Because there's, will Stefansky leave you? Will you fire him? Will you fire Andrew Berry? Like, okay, but those are all still questions.
But this is our payoff in many respects for the idea that for the Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel time, it felt like we were pulling teeth out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is almost, if you're ever going to have an interesting part of the season, the Shedeur looking great part of this is the reward for going through all those miserable weeks of having to try to get excited for a Joe Flacco or Dylan Gabriel game. This is the reward of that. And now what happens with Stefansky, some people look at getting a new coach as if it's an exhausting thing or a bad thing. I don't. I look at it as a promising thing. So I get excited at the prospect of having somebody new and finding out their quirks and their tendencies and figuring that out instead of just running it back with the same thing we've been doing for 6 years.
Yeah, and I look at this and I go, where I struggle with all of this is with Kevin specifically. It just feels like you need to make some sort of change, but knowing that on the other side of that is an entirety of 6 years wasted. Like, I don't know. I just can't get over how the Browns, where these guys, the entry point for both of these guys, and it wasn't a perfect roster. They needed to rebuild the tackle position, certainly. They did have some holes in the defense. Like, they did not walk into a completely furnished room, but more furnished than anybody. And to kind of see how the vibe around football is still so pro Kevin Stefansky, it just boggles my mind. It really does.
Yeah, but there is a little bit of a conclusion to this, and maybe that's the part that you're talking about right now. Like the idea that if you do fire him, then it is there's no debates, there's no discussion, and that is a closed chapter on Stefansky. Which, by the way, I'm excited about that prospect. I am. I don't look at it as a bad thing, but I guess it is It's just a swift reminder of the past 6 years not paying off the way that we once thought it would.
Yeah, and I guess maybe that's where it's like, I think Kevin deserves to be fired. It's 2 straight 3-win seasons. He waited till year 3 to build an offense around Deshaun. By that point, it was too late. Deshaun was too physically broken, coming off the shoulder injury into the Achilles injury. He hired the wrong offensive coordinator in Ken Dorsey instead of just basically hiring the equivalent of Jim Schwartz. I think Kevin could have stopped Baker from being, annexed away from Breer. He didn't. Like, there's so many things that I think, well, this is fair. This is but the idea that the guys who were the guys who came up with the Deshaun trade still being here still also baffles me to some degree.
Okay, so the idea that Andrew Berry still exists. Yeah, because I'm ready for a brand new Browns in general. It feels like a jacket we've just been wearing for a little bit too long. Let's get something new. I want a new identity. I want it when I think about this team, I want to think about them in a different way than I currently think about them. And with Andrew Berry here, that part doesn't go away. We'll still make jokes about analytics. We'll still make jokes about the thought partners. We'll still make jokes about a lot of the same things that have bothered us over the previous few years.
Now, are you comfortable with the risk that this means for Shedeur?
I mean, yeah, definitely. Yeah, because I told you yesterday, if I say it once, I'll say it a million times until the rest of the season. Shedeur's doing this in spite of them. I really don't think that there's any part of them that deserves a multitude of credit attached to what Shedeur is doing. I think Shedeur is doing this in spite of him, and I think if I was Shedeur, I'd be open arms, ready for the idea that it'd be somebody else that is taking the reins.
Well, but you could get a new head coach in here, and he could think less of Shedeur than Stefansky did.
Yeah, and Shedeur would just have to go out there and prove it in the same way he had to try to prove to Stefansky. And if it doesn't work out that way, then again, that's the roll of the dice. You already got a guy in Stefansky that doesn't believe in him as is. So it's not as if like Stefansky's knocking down.
Worse, though. It could get worse. You could have a guy that decides he just doesn't want Shedeur here because of the noise. Like that's the prevalent thing.
Well, that's what the next 4 games is. The job for Shedeur right now is the next 4 games is to make that conversation irrefutable. So to make that conversation for the next head coach not even be a question mark to them. They're taking the job with the idea that Shedeur is a part of those plans.
Is Stefansky going to back that up? And
well,
I don't know. I'm not Stefansky. Sorry, is Haslam going to back that up?
I would think so. I would hope so. I guess we don't have too much of the inner workings of Haslam and how he thinks about the Shedeur experience, but we do know he seemed pretty open to, making it seem nice with Dion, if that means anything.
So this is less keep Kevin Stefansky and Andrew Berry. It's not that. It is that when new regimes come in, especially if it's head coach and GM,
this is anywhere in
there's
life.
a lot of turnover that just naturally happens.
Yes.
And with that, there's just nobody safe, including Myles Garrett, by the way. So I just think, I think from that standpoint, that's where I think it's going to be really interesting just to see. Is there, because I actually think there are head coaches going to come in and look at Shedeur and go, I love this kid's attitude, and let's build an offense that suits him instead of fitting him into ours, instead of our offense, right?
Yeah, sure.
But I don't know that's a given. And I think that's just...
It's a roll of the dice I'm willing to take, let's put it that way. Now I feel like I said that with such authority or something, as if I'm ready to roll the...
I looked at you,
get the craps table
and
out
there's
or
somebody
something?
on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel that said, JP, don't drop the soap. And I don't know if that's a callback to our...
late 240 segment?
I think so. I don't know. Or maybe they just don't want you to drop the soap.
Well, I think that's good life advice.
Yeah.
You never
pick it up. Your feet get all slippery.
Yeah, I have such a tiny shower, by the way. Not really even a problem for me if I were to, in fact, do that. Not even
there
really
just
an
couldn't
issue.
be somebody else in there?
No, it's a very tiny shower.
Yeah.
Very shockingly tiny shower that I have. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't think that's what he's referencing.
I don't either. No, I don't.
No, I don't. I think he's referencing the 240 segment.
I think he is.
Where you decided that at 6'2", 230. I guess I'm like I'm just like I'm
It was 6'2", 215 earlier today.
I looked at the scale earlier
15
today.
pounds.
I looked at the scale earlier today. Definitely didn't say 215. We wished it said 215. It does not say 215.
I think it's more about your
6'2", 230.
Your personality that would
and
make you...
I get treated like I'm 5'7" and $140. Meanwhile, Jax comes in the room and you're like, now that's a guy that could handle prison. Jax is like legitimately 5'7", 150.
He's
5'7".
He's such
what are you, 5'9"?
No, 5'10" and a half.
Like
he's counting the half on the 5'10".
first couple
I don't even
days,
know about
he'd
that.
have to fend off some suitors.
Right, but you do see...
That is fair.
You do see how that it appears to myself.
He would win people over, not with favors, but with his personality.
Jonathan, how would you do in prison at 6'2", 230? And you're like, whoa, you'd be passed around, buddy. Meanwhile, Jax walks in the room and it's like, no, that guy...
I do get along with everybody.
You're running running the prison system at the end of this whole thing.
I think you might be a little more stuffy. There's an approachability stuff. Just in prison. And I think people might more want to attack you, whereas Jax is so low key. They're like, I'm going to get him one day, and then they don't because they're like, yeah, I can't. He's Jax, and then all of a sudden he's the go-between all the gangs in prison.
I'll protect you, JP.
I mean, I'm friends with everybody. I don't know what to tell you. I have friends in all sorts of shapes, sizes, colors, all everything.
Not in prison. You're going to have to fight your way.
I kind of want to be like, I always envision prison me as like a kingmaker of sorts.
I bet you do. I bet you do.
I'm not even Shawshanking this. I'm just out here calling shots from my little ivory tower over there. You do my bidding. You finish that out. I got some ramen for you on the side, though.
I think
I got some.
Instead of a kingmaker, I think you're going to be making it with a king.
Oh,
I
come
think
on.
that's how it's going to be.
Come on. Easy now. I didn't say I'm running the best gang in prison, okay? I didn't say that. I didn't say we're not the best one. We're not top dog. But for what we are, we do good work. We're respected.
I bet you do.
We're respected.
Respect is an interesting word for it.
And it's hard to get respect in prison.
That's true. You're going to out-freak this for you. You got to earn it.
Only way I'm going to prison's for like a white collar crime to begin with anyway. So but you got to think about that too. I'm not going to get sent to one of these prisons where it's anything but basically a country club.
Good thing.
You know the ones that are in like upstate New York where it's like they like let you actually play golf during your prison sentence.
Yeah.
They have like tennis courts and everything. Those are the prisons I'll get sent to.
Sure.
I'm not getting sent to a real one.
Sure. Yeah, that's what you want to believe, and I believe
what I believe.
I believe in you.
Yeah, I'll be protected.
In case we missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
vaccinations for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A rain snow mix overnight tonight, low of 37.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Final segment of today's show. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Overtime with Big Weege coming up as well. Want to say a big thanks to all of our guests today. John Fanta at 420 today. Great stuff, passionate stuff from Fanta on the Cleveland Browns. He's out on Stefansky for now.
The last guy in the world to officially be out on him, no, but that's okay.
Don't worry. Hey, he takes 2 of the next 4. You're going to see the Fanta flip-flop back on it. Don't forget, by the way, guys, John's on Peacock and NBC Sports tonight, Ohio State, Illinois. Make sure to support our guy. We do love John. Cleveland's own. Always proud of the stuff that he does. Big thanks to Albert Breer at 520. I would say that there were some conversations about Shedeur and Kevin Stefansky you'll want to listen to. Also, big thanks to Coach Risland at 6 o'clock today. However, it has been quite a long show. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off in case we missed it with this story involving Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur during the game, I'm not sure if you saw, during a couple of different touchdown plays, it looked as if he was wearing a thong. Okay, and so like the rumor on the internet, people are like, "Is he wearing? That cannot be a thong that he's wearing? There's no way that he's wearing that piece of underwear, that garment." Is that a thing? Well, Shiloh got a chance to ask Shedeur what exactly was going on there.
Did you wear a thong or not?
Come on, bro.
What's going on with you, bro?
You forgot I had a little back injury, right? So I get my back taped. But that is crazy that it did look like that. That's funny, though. After the game, they talking about, man, I got on the thong.
How do you feel playing a good game? I know you guys lost and stuff, but how do you feel playing a good game and then everything just gets shadowed by your thong?
It's like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. That's obvious back tape.
It wasn't that obvious back tape to a lot of people.
I think Shedeur was wearing a thong, and I think that's okay. Is anybody loving that story more than Shiloh?
Shiloh loved that story. I loved him cracking up after he asked the questions and everything like that. Will Jeff Shedeur ask this question tomorrow? Will Shedeur ask if he was wearing a thong?
If Shedeur is the man and reporter that I think he is, yes, he will.
So I know you said it's about the injury and everything, and it's just back tape. But like, what was going on with that thong that you were wearing? And just see how it goes.
What brand? When did you start wearing them?
How does Shedeur even answer that question in that setting, in that moment?
Here's the thing: Jeff will bird dog you. He'll bird dog you on a thong.
Did Shiloh ask this question so that Jeff doesn't ask about the thong? Because it was obviously coming, because it's been such a big point of contention and talking.
I think we know nothing, and I mean nothing, can stop a Shedeur. Now,
okay.
That being said, we yesterday you had a little 100,000 view video on Twitter.
I think it's like 140 now.
About 140, where you kind of called out Lima for basically just listening to anything the Browns said about Shedeur Sanders and not maybe making his own opinions or questioning them. Well, Lima responded today and said he missed the rant in real time.
I am bummed I didn't hear this in real time. Ken texted it a little bit later on. I just assumed there was some sort of national outage, wireless outage.
I was listening live, and then I went, oh boy. And then I heard, then Keith sent it to us, and I sent it to you.
I checked my phone, and I'm like, oh God, let me see this. And then I didn't see anything. And I'm like, I checked my messages, and I asked Sarah, I called my wife, and I said, is the internet down? Is there something going on with the cell phone service? Because nobody had told me this. Normally in the old days, when the old afternoon show, when they would rip me, trending, it would be nonstop, back and forth. I'd have to call in because I'd have to limit the damage. And I have no problem anytime the afternoon show wants to do their, daily recap of our show. That's cool. It's cool that we have a wrap-up show. That's cool. Normally I like hearing my voice in other places, so I'm really bummed that I missed out on this.
Just for the record, we played one bit of sound from him at 3 o'clock yesterday, and this morning they promote Albert Breer for us. Thanks, boys. Play the Albert Breer sound. They played another piece of sound. They, of course, played...
The Nathan Zagura sound at 6:20.
They also played the sound of you going off on Anthony Lima.
Yeah.
So... I'm not sure who's doing a recap of whom.
That clip cut off the growth I thought that Lima was showing there because it was talking about, like Ken at the end said, but I did tell you, I told you in real time that they were talking about you, and he goes, I didn't believe that. I thought that was fake. And it was like, that's the growth. That's what we were asking for the entire time, is when somebody tells you something to maybe question that.
Yeah.
So I thought there was real growth there from Lima. I was excited about the idea that he'd learned to maybe just question instead of just taking everything as gospel.
Listen, I think we're the real slippery wizards here because, we sure do recap their show, but we do it a different way, right? Like, we'll have topics that have actually been thought out, and we'll actually do topics, and then... to really throw everybody off the scent. This is where we actually have the conversations first. That would be the difference.
Was that what those people? I did found it funny. You got a basketball comp though.
Yeah,
the LeBron James of sports talk radio, and then at one point, Ken earlier had actually called Lima LeBron instead of calling him Lima. So I like that you got a basketball comp today. I thought that was kind of fun.
I thought it was Zion Williamson.
That's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah,
I was.
Yeah.
I laughed. That was funny.
Yeah. Teamwork makes the dream work, friend.
It was fun. It was a funny comp.
Yeah.
It was a funny comp.
Yeah. Is it because I'm so fat I'm going to blow out my shoes?
No, that's not what he was saying.
Yeah.
Did you hear the clip?
No, I didn't, and we're not going to play it.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
It was fun. I laughed.
I look forward to 4 hours of Albert Breer tomorrow morning. Big thanks to Jax Gregory on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murrin on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. If you guys missed 1 second of today's show, watch us back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. The whole 5 hours is up there. Katie Pollock on the 2020s as well. JP, good stuff.
I had fun. That is the prison they put themselves in, right? It's like now. So when we have audio and stuff, if they use it, is that just the recap show?
Well, remember...
Is that all that is?
They usually...
How does that work now?
Lima usually will say things that he's most guilty of as an accusation. Like over the summer when he's like, all they do is talk Steelers, and they talked 3-1 Steelers talk for us. So it's usually the guilt talking with Lima.
Yeah, that's all right. Hey, maybe he'll show Lima. Maybe we'll show Ken the text that he sent to us for the reason why we didn't answer for 5 days.
Maybe we'll see.
Maybe you just trashed your co-host and we felt uncomfortable about it. But hey, we gotta go.
Oh, we're up against it.
Hope you enjoy that convo tomorrow morning.
Hope I don't get a meeting.
Oh no!
No! You dragged us into another meeting. There's no meeting, guys. It's a bad bit. We'll be back tomorrow at 2.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.